Okay, it's 11:45, and I believe our mayor will be here shortly, but I'm going to go ahead and open up this workshop on June 2nd. And up first on our agenda is the lodging tax with JC presenting. So thank you, JC.
Good morning, councilors. I'm here to present lodging tax. This is more of an information. I don't know if we were looking for any direction here, but at the end I'll take questions and or if there's any other guidance you'd like to give staff, we'd be more than willing to listen to those. So today I'm going to go over basically the rules. So there are ORS rules regarding our lodging tax receipts, as well as our own municipal code that further restricts where those lodging tax dollars go, as well as a preview for the grants passed fiscal year 26 approved budget, and then how we as a city utilize lodging tax. So I'm going to try and not bore you this morning and not read all of these, but there are some definitions in the ORS that lines out what tourism means, which is just economic activity resulting from tourists, and then tourism promotion, which is basically considered as advertising, publicizing, and distributing information for the purposes of attracting and welcoming tourists. And there's also some other tourism promotion definitions in tourism as well. Another key definition here is tourism-related facility. It can be a conference center, a convention center, or a visitor information center, and or other improved real property that has a useful life of 10 or more years and has a substantial purpose of supporting tourism or accommodating tourist activities. So I'll get into this later. We at the city utilize our two large parks as a lot of our tourism-related facility. Definition for tourists, the two big bullet points here is making sure that it requires the person to travel more than 50 miles or includes an overnight stay. So as long as we are getting people staying in hotels, it still qualifies as a utilization and hitting the definition of what we provide for tourism. Another key important ORS is the tax moratorium. I'm not going to read this whole thing, but basically this is going to say that as of a certain point, the ORS changed. So in 2003, it changed that you could not renegotiate your percentages as far as where you were putting lodging tax. And from that point forward, it needed to be split out a particular way. And so we are grandfathered in, and I'll go over that our Muni code next. Again, I'm not going to read this, but it's broken out in a certain manner so to meet those moratorium requirements. So we have a first 7% of the 12%, the next 2%, and then the final 3%. And I'll show you why that is this way. So here is the history of our lodging tax rates. So starting in 1981, 5%. And then effective as of April 1st, 2021 is at 12%. And just in the middle there, right after the 9%, the moratorium kicks in. And so the first 9% is grandfathered into the old allocation. The final 3% has to be split a certain way. And what that certain way looks like is this. So these are the actual numbers that is in that Muni code that I just mentioned. That's the 7%. You can see that we get 30% to tourism promotion for the first 7, and then there's 25% for public safety, 25% for parks, 10% for economic development, and then 10% for downtown. The next 2%, we put 30% into tourism promotion, and then tourism-related facilities with the remainder of that 70% of that 2%. And then the final 3%, in 2001, we put 70% into tourism promotion, which is required, and then the remaining 30% into public safety. What that equates to in dollars is about $2.5 million. We get about $1.3 million in the tourism promotion and tourism-related facilities, and then another $1.2 million approximately back into the general fund to support those general fund services. So tourism promotion, that top little portion there is 40% of every dollar. 28% of every dollar goes to the DMO, which is in 2026 is going to be about $704,000. There's another $346,000 for city administration, which that has some small material supplies, the Northern Welcome Center admin by the chamber for about $98,000, and then some Welcome Center utilities, facilities, maintenance, and the sustainable tourism grant that is $35,000 every year, as well as a $200,000 contingency. So tourism-related facilities is about 11.67%. Examples include, but not limited to, Reinhardt Volunteer Park, the pedestrian bridge, Dollar Mountain, and Riverside Park. So the bottom half, that 48.33%, each of these departments' programs are subsidized by the general fund support or non-dedicated resources. What I'm saying there is, yes, tourism does give to each one of these 4 areas, but it does not completely 100% support. All of these programs need to be subsidized by non-restricted revenues in the general fund. Non-restricted revenues are going to be our franchise fees, our state revenue sharing, and our liquor and business tax. So I'm sorry to say, in Wednesday's packet, you will see the Q3 report of lodging tax. And you can see since 2022, when we raised the rate, it's been steadily going down every year. Again, this year we're projecting it to go slightly down again. We don't necessarily know if 23, 24, and 25 were the norm. And or if 2022 was just the post-COVID get me out of the house and visiting small communities that still had outdoor activities was just maybe a bump. Again, we're going to continue to monitor and see if that is in fact where our revenues are going to be projected moving forward. So how do we utilize lodging tax? So previously, the Reinhardt Volunteer Park, of the $457,000 playground equipment, $200,000 went of lodging tax supported that project. The remaining was mostly a state grant. The previous 3 to 5 years is a lot of utilization of maintenance in the parks as well. So moving forward, what are we looking at using lodging tax for? So Dollar Mountain, there's the parking lot, there's the trail design on city and BLM parcels. Parks lighting, so the state did ban fluorescent lighting, and so we are looking into updating all of our sports facilities to LEDs. The LED estimation is about $200,000 per field, and so we've got a long ways to go. Reinhardt Park pedestrian bridge is another area that we're putting money towards, and then parking lot repairs in Reinhardt and Riverside in the near future. And that is the majority of my presentation. I'd be more than happy to take any questions and or have some of my colleagues jump in on maybe some of the answers.
Thank you. We have any questions for council? And I do apologize for being late. Seth, and then Rick.
Yeah, so you collect the tax revenue from obviously, your standard hotels, right, within the city limits? And what about Airbnbs and then are you able to like delineate between the two? What, I don't know, just like, how much from Airbnbs and how are you able to track?
Yeah, so we do get a remittance from Airbnb, VRBO, from their corporate offices. To be honest, I don't know if we can 100% know what that actually is because they are self-reporting. Everybody in the city self-reports. So if it is a hard brick and mortar location as a hotel that we know, we can audit them. It makes it a little bit harder though for those Airbnb VRBOs as to monitoring and knowing what that is.
Rick?
Thank you, JC. Does the Oregon Department of Energy have an opportunity to help fund the conversion of fluorescent to LEDs?
So Josh is in the back here. He might be able to help me with this one.
Yeah, we can look into those things. Our big plan is to go for the local government grant in January. As a part of getting ahead of this, the State Parks Department added upgrading your sports facilities as one of the priorities for the SCORP this year. So we'll probably get about half that funding from a local government grant when we get to that point.
Okay, thank you.
Any further questions? Seth?
We don't get any tax revenue from the county, right?
No, not in this consideration, but they have their own tax rate.
Okay. Has that been discussed before? I'm just curious because like the city is, well, the tourism portion of this, right? Specifically the DMO promotes obviously Grants Pass, but then also out, to travel here. So sometimes that spills over into the county, yet the county doesn't foot any of the bill. I don't know, just an idea.
I'm guessing too that some of the Medford activities spill into us too. And so where do you draw the line? I don't know the answer to that question.
Very broad line.
Yeah.
Victoria?
How many fields are we talking about?
So we're starting with Reinhardt Volunteer Park for all the fields that have lights. That would be 5 fields, which would be our 4 central fields at the softball, baseball location, plus Agnew Lytle.
Thank you.
Any further questions? Seeing none, thank you. All right, continuing down the list here, we have the Walkability Project, Review Development Code for Pedestrian Mobility and Safety.
Oh, good. Still good. Good morning, Mayor, members of the City Council. We do have a guest speaker from MIG that will present to you. I just wanted to provide a little context of this walkability study and where it has come from. The state adopted rules around reducing greenhouse gases a couple years ago. They're known as CFIC rules, which stands for Climate Friendly Equitable Community Rules. 3 major milestones under these rules that the state has mandated. The first was parking, which the city has adopted. The second is zoning, which will occur later on this year. And the third will be an update to the transportation system plan. Consider these rules aimed towards, again, reducing greenhouse gases. Similar to the urban growth boundary, MIG was a state-appointed land use consultant. Andrew Parrish will join us shortly to present those findings. I think one perspective to have with this to review these code changes or these potential walkability is to granted that everyone in Grants Pass uses their car, everyone in Grants Pass still needs to park, but one perspective to have is that when you get out of your car and you need to get to somewhere, is that route direct? Is it safe? Is it enjoyable? And that's the context to perhaps to look at these walkability code audits. This audit and this study will likely result into development code text amendments, likely in the 2027 year, and that will be adopted under our transportation system plan. So this is a long-range plan that will be, or this is a long-range code amendment that will occur later on in the future, but today we wanted to present to you at least the initial findings of that code audit. And before me, hopefully, Andrew can.
Hello, yes, my name is Andrew Parrish. I work for a company called MIG. Should I go ahead and share my screen here, or is that something that you have on your end?
Andrew, you should be able to share a screen, and we can see you now.
Okay, great. I will share just a brief presentation about this code audit that we've completed and the, as Mark said, the initial recommendations. So a little bit of background, this CFAC work applies to regions with populations over 50,000 people in the state of Oregon. This is kind of the third bucket that is included in these regulations as a category of land use updates that these communities need to take a look at. So the walkable design standards are in 0330 of the ORS here that requires communities to create more compact, pedestrian-friendly, mixed-use development patterns in urban areas. The point of this is to allow for comfortable, direct, and convenient access for people who are using transit or on bikes or pedestrians throughout areas, to make neighborhoods that are comfortable for families, people that are young and old, and give them a variety of direct connections to surrounding destinations, and to encourage the development of mixed-use districts that have activity and entrances that are oriented to the pedestrian realm. So things that are close to the sidewalk that aren't hidden behind a large parking lot, and to make that be kind of a more standard practice required in development codes throughout the state of Oregon in order to create better outcomes for human health and climate change and those kinds of things. The code, the state has published a model code that has some recommended language that affects kind of 3 levels of development standards. So there's things at the whole district, like a zoning district. What do your zoning districts say about densities and the locations of buildings and blocks and that kind of thing? There's regulations for individual blocks. So is the parking lot located behind buildings? Is there access for people who are trying to access somewhere behind that block? Are there mid-block crossings? And then there's individual lot regulations which apply to a specific development that when you're not making new streets or things like that. We've done a fair amount of community outreach on this topic so far. So we've met with Justin Gerlitz of GEC. We met with the Downtown Main Street Organization. We met with HASL, H-A-S-L, Center for Independent Living, to talk about kind of accessibility concerns with some of these model code pieces. And so we will, and they provided some kind of early input on where we ought to focus in our work here. So the state put together this model code, and they had this graphic in there, which I thought illustrates sort of the purpose of what it is they're trying to get at. So this is a hypothetical walkable community. It's got multimodal connections that are kind of bicycle and pedestrian only, shown in yellow here. There's a connected street grid with lots of options for finding your route where you want to go. You don't need to kind of travel 2 miles out of direction if you're trying to get somewhere that's really only a quarter mile away if you're not in a car. There's compact development where it makes sense so that you have a lot of activity and destinations for folks to go, parking behind buildings and public transportation where available. So the concepts in this model code, they apply to new developments and significant renovations of old developments, but the idea is to really create more pedestrian-oriented development where buildings are oriented to streets, where there's ground floor design that is kind of inviting and friendly and not just a blank wall that's not very appealing to walk past. Making sure that driveways and garages and drive-through facilities don't generate unnecessary conflict with pedestrians. Is one of the intentions. There's a section about connectivity and access. So how often are there new blocks? How often are there access ways to get through long blocks? If you are going to plan a new larger development, you need to have an idea of where pedestrian and bicycles are going to access businesses and how is that going to be safe and direct and convenient for folks. If you have a planned transit facility in a location, any new development near that transit facility, you should acknowledge that and kind of work with them to make sure that that facility is accessed with whatever new development comes along. And then the audit also included just a look at what zoning districts ought to sort of qualify as the more urban, the more downtown, the more walkable zoning districts, and make sure that those have kind of appropriate density and other regulations for them. So as I mentioned, so we've done an audit and we've prepared a memo of code concepts, which are basically how to meet the recommendations of the audit and provide some options. MIG will also be developing draft code amendments, so that's actual underlined strikeout language for the City of Grants past development code, and then draft findings for use in future adoption hearings. So our expectation is that this work will feed into later efforts where the city will actually go through and do an update of the development code. So we're providing a lot of information that will be helpful at that time, and I think that's going to happen when the transportation system plan is updated as is required by the state. Just kind of one note about the model code that the state prepared. It's a little bit different from the middle housing model code that they did earlier, in that this model code is not regulatory. It's just an example of one way to meet the state's requirements, but cities can take any number of routes to meeting those requirements. So just briefly, I'm going to go through the kind of residential and non-residential sort of findings and recommendations of our audit. So the state recommends, or the model code has a change of block length requirements so the city currently has block length requirements that are at 600 feet for local streets. And we're going to recommend that that is reduced to 500 feet, just to provide more opportunities for smaller blocks, which are considered to be kind of more pedestrian friendly, and then requiring mid-block access ways for those longer blocks. And the climate friendly area of the city, which I believe is just the downtown, the central business districts, having a block requirement of 350 feet. And that only really applies in the perhaps rare situation where you have a large new development that's actually building new streets. So it's probably going to be pretty rare that actually happens. Limiting cul-de-sacs and providing discretionary options for when you might build a new cul-de-sac is in the recommendations. Providing maximum setbacks, so rather than minimum setbacks, which would require buildings to be built farther away from the street, maximum setbacks say that you can't build further than 20 feet. So in the more dense and more urban districts of the city, requiring more buildings to be built closer to the street to kind of generate a nice cozy pedestrian environment near streets there. There's a little bit of work on definitions for areas called neighborhood activity centers. Just doing a little cleanup on the code there, and including building orientation standards for buildings to have a kind of an entrance or other kind of interaction with the street and sidewalk. For commercial and mixed use areas, a lot of the recommendations are basically looking at elements of the central business district and seeing where those might be applicable to other commercial and other zoning designations, see where those might be appropriate. And those are things like placing parking lots behind buildings when you're building a new parking lot, requiring buildings be oriented to the street, and require pedestrian connections and amenities of new developments, so that if you're trying to access a building from the sidewalk, it's developed in a way to make that clear and safe and convenient. There's some sections on standards for auto-oriented uses, which are basically drive-throughs and kind of auto body type automobile improvement facilities, making sure that they protect pedestrian and movement, and you can access them even if you're not in a car. So if you want to go to the Starbucks or something and it has a drive-through, that it's actually not unsafe for you to do so because of that drive-through. And then another kind of similar conversation about maximum setbacks in some of the more intense commercial and mixed-use zones, trying to bring those buildings closer to the lot line rather than behind a parking lot. So the next steps in our project here, which is going to wrap up by the end of this month, we're going to deliver final deliverables, which is that draft audit and draft findings for the city to use in the future. Staff is going to review our information and move forward with it. And as I said, the 2027 TSP update is when the city will probably be enacting the development code changes recommended here. So with that, I'm happy to take any questions and look to staff to help facilitate a conversation here. Thank you.
Thank you. Do you have anything else to add, Mark?
Nothing else.
Okay,
Thank you,
cool.
Mayor.
Questions from council? I got Victoria and then Kathleen and then Joel.
Okay, oh, thank you. So my first question is, could you explain to me who MIG is, who paid for the study? And if you don't mind, where is MIG, how is MIG funded? Are you a private company or? So-
Yeah, thank you
okay.
for that question. Yeah, so MIG is one of the DLC, their state consultants, working with other jurisdictions to implement rules, such as the CFEC rules. I'll lean on Andrew in terms of MIG, and they're essentially land use consultants that work in the state of Oregon.
Yeah, MIG is a national company headquartered in Berkeley, and we've done a bunch of work in Oregon and elsewhere. They kind of acquired my prior firm, which was Angelo Planning Group, which is where Matt Hasty and I came from. I believe you've seen Matt Hasty in a number of meetings as well. This project was funded through DLCD, through a grant.
Through what? I'm sorry, I didn't catch the acronym.
A grant, it was funded by the Department of Land Conservation and Development, so the state has grant money to pay for consultants to do code audits, and a number of communities who asked for assistance rather than having staff take the lead on this.
Thank you. And my next question is, Grants Pass is under 50,000 people. Why would we be required to do any of this?
That threshold for metropolitan areas, I believe, is 20,000, and that's why we're considered metro.
No, the metro definition doesn't include only Grants Pass. In our case, the Mid-Rogue metropolitan area actually also includes the city of Rogue River, and a couple of other areas. So when you add all the populations together, that's how you get to the 50,000.
That's even in a different county.
Correct. Yeah, a lot of MPOs around the country do cross-county boundaries.
Oh, thank you. I have a couple more questions. We have quite a bit of historic downtown. So would our historic districts be required to change in any way because of this?
It's another good question. We presume these areas will be right-of-way, so sidewalks, streets. If in fact there is a change to any of the historic resources, buildings, is an example, then yes, the HBSC would be involved. At this point, given that it's more transportation-oriented and public right-of-ways, we see these as within the TSP and within the current development code.
Oh, so yes, the historic district might have to be involved?
If and when a historic resource is affected, correct.
All right, and then my next question is, how does a building being closer to the street make it easier for pedestrians? Is this just saying that you don't have to walk from the sidewalk as far to the store, or could you explain that to me a little bit more?
Andrew,
Sure.
do you wanna-
The intent is to allow for more, they call it multimodal access. So if you arrive somewhere on a bus, or if you arrive somewhere on a bicycle, or if you arrive by foot, you don't have to cross what's typically a large parking lot with automobile traffic in order to access a building. It also allows for, if you have a shopping center and then another shopping center on the opposite side of the street, you probably cut the distance there in half if you're actually accessing the sidewalk there. It's just not as pleasant an experience to travel with either a long blank facade or automobile infrastructure, basically. That's not really scaled to human sizes to travel there, so that's the intent.
It's pretty difficult to define pleasant. That means many things to different people. I guess that's just a comment. But then my next question would be, you talked about the safety for pedestrians. I walk and have walked for decades in Grants Pass. It's a safe place to walk. And I wonder, in your study, if you consulted with our fire department or police department on if there's a problem to begin with. Is it unsafe?
We did not have stakeholder conversations with fire or police, though that was brought up, I believe, in the downtown organization, talking about moving parking lots and kind of visibility on where parking locations are, and they had a similar suggestion. Maybe we should get police representatives involved. Fire, we do talk with generally, and I'm sure they'll be part of the conversation in the transportation system update, but they often have suggestions about that have more to do with moving their vehicles safely through areas, but we haven't consulted with them as part of this effort.
And then my last question is, this seems like it's just theoretical and in just someone's mind about what they believe would be more pleasant or more safe. And given I believe the city is safe to walk in, I don't see that there's a need to do any of this personally. So my last question then would be, if we were forced to do something like this, who is going to be paying for it?
So the state has funded our audit work to see how the city has meets or does not meet the model code currently. The adoption of code changes will occur through the transportation system update. I think there was an option for communities to ask for adoption support as part of this round of grants, but given that I think this will happen as part of the transportation system plan, funding would probably be tied with whatever grants and other funding sources that effort will have.
Thank you.
Thank you. Kathleen and then Joel.
Yeah, I was just going to address some of the subjectivity of these codes as well. Changing a whole parking lot to meet stores on the street. That would be a major change for our downtown area. And I was thinking that there's all kinds of things you can do, like crosswalks and signals and ways to make it safe to cross a parking lot. So hopefully that would be considered if this was to move forward. And then I was also wondering how much the OWL parking lot would, with the new parking there, would make it more, supplement some of the parking that might be lost in this upgrade.
Well, I can touch on.
I'll note that generally these provisions apply only with new development or significant redevelopment that meets a certain threshold. So existing parking would remain as is until a pretty significant change in uses or kind of demolition and building a new building there. So these are rules that are set in place to guide incremental change over a long period of time.
And I might just add to your last point there, Councilor, on the OWL lot. So we're the OWL Plaza / parking lot project is actually adding 2 new spaces to what's there right now because of there's going to be a couple of compact spaces added, and we're taking out that little old fountain that's been there forever. So in terms of, capacity of parking downtown, that project is actually going to be adding, 2 spaces compared to what's there today.
Joel, and then Rick.
Well, I had a couple questions. Victoria, I think, brought up some good points. Salem says we have a problem and we need to solve it for the future. And in terms of walkability in Grants Pass, when I look at the barriers to walkability in Grants Pass right now, where the parking lots are, is kind of way down on my priorities. And I would guess that would be specific to each community. So it's kind of interesting that they're willing to spend money to do that and tell me I have a problem in my community and they're solving a higher hole in the bucket. And I got a big hole down at the bottom of the bucket. So the bucket's still not going to hold water and it's still not going to be safe unless we solve that bigger hole. And so that's just a fact. And it's just an observation. I don't expect you to fix that, but it's interesting that Salem thinks that, first off, that we have a problem with it and that this is going to fix it. Second thing I was wondering about was the demographics of our city and county. Oh, geez, I don't know what the average age is, but it's like, don't hold me to this, 50? It's pretty old. And I know I lived in an even smaller town, and one of the nice things was the parking space was right out in front of the door. And you could just roll right up, park right there and go in and come back out. And for a 75-year-old in a wheelchair or somebody like me, I'm not sure I'm there yet, but that has a hard time getting around, and the demographics would suggest that there's a higher proportion of that here than in any other part of the state, that it seems like it may go against what we're trying to do. And I don't want to be anti, I just, quite frankly, don't understand what problem we're trying to solve, except the legislature feels we have one that we need to solve, and this is going to solve it. So with that, I'll just be quiet. I don't know if you have any, it's more of a statement than a comment, than a question.
I'll just note briefly that the intent was to do an audit of development codes in a variety of communities and see along kind of this list of items whether any tweaks might be appropriate. And perhaps I mischaracterized, I guess, what we found. I mean, generally, every community that we've looked at generally met the intent of the requirements in various locations or to some extent. But there were a couple of things maybe around the edges that seemed like they were appropriate for making some adjustments to. And so that's what we found for Grants Pass, and that's what we found for other communities as well. It's really just a matter of what good things about certain areas of the city might we be able to apply to maybe more far-flung areas or some new development in certain locations and provide recommendations there. But I don't think, I don't think there's anything that is a flashing red light that we found for the city of Grants Pass.
Thank you.
Thanks. Rick, and then Kathleen.
Thank you. So if a new code and new language is introduced into the ordinance, is there an opportunity for deviation or a variance to the code requirement?
Yes, there is, generally consistent with the city's current variance standards.
Okay, thank you.
Kathleen, and then
Yeah,
Indra.
That was kind of my question. Will the 0330 compliance be mandated, and if so, when?
Cities who are subject to the requirements are need to enact code changes or at least show how they meet the requirements at the time of their next transportation system plan update. So in Grants Pass, 2027 is when that's scheduled.
Indra?
Yes, thank you. I have a couple of questions. So Mark, our city, did we ask for the consultants to come and do this audit? Or did they just come?
There was an opportunity for a consultant to work with us on this mandated code audit, so we took the opportunity and
Okay, when was that
roughly just,
decided?
Andrew reminded about a year ago. I think part of DLCD is when there is a mandate from the state, they do provide consultants to help local jurisdictions to implement such, and they do so by studies or by other grant opportunities.
Okay, was that just staff?
Excuse me, Indra, do you have your light or your mic on? You're just soft.
It's on, it's on.
Okay.
Hello?
Sorry to interrupt. I just couldn't hear you very well.
Thank you. Was this just staff directed then or council directed last year?
Well, mandated by the state, and so, right, it was staff's directed.
So the
Since-
state mandated the
Well, not
consultants
mandated, they
come
mandate
down?
the rules. The opportunity to hire a consultant was presented to staff.
Okay, thank you. And then, can you, Andrew, you went through it quickly. Who were the stakeholders that you met with when you came here? I got
We
Hassel. That was it.
Yeah, we met with Hassel, the Downtown Main Street business organization, and Justin Gerlitz, who's a developer who's done a lot of work in town.
You didn't meet with the chamber or city staff?
We met with city staff a number of times, just particularly about kind of the ins and outs of the development code. We have an ongoing kind of set of meetings with staff.
Okay. And then on 4, you mentioned, this is concerning to me because you mentioned recommendations. You're giving recommendations, but then you said there's the expectation that the work will lead to city action. So can you explain that kind of contradiction?
So as I mentioned, cities are required to adopt findings showing how they meet the requirements of the 0330 section at the time of the next transportation system plan update. And so we've provided an audit document, a code concepts document, and we are working on kind of detailed underline, strikeout, adoption ready language and findings for the city to use going forward that will be sort of evaluated again at the time of the TSP update, kind of along with another set of things that cities typically have to do. There's a similar audit effort that's more about the transportation system in a lot more detail that goes into that effort. So that's the expected time for this to take place. But we will have recommended changes to the development code for the city to consider in the future.
Okay, and you also stated that the city will probably be enacting. So it sounds like it just sounds like whatever your recommendations are what the state is going to force the cities to do. Is that your understanding?
No, my understanding is that cities need to show how they comply with state regulations, and the state developed a model code, which, as I said, was kind of one way for cities to consider that that these things are complied with, and we've worked with staff to narrow down on a couple of specific items that could be tweaked in the development code. But if the city goes another route to show compliance with state law, then that's also a possibility.
Okay, thank you. One last question from me. Are you the only consulting firm that got this grant, or are there other ones doing the same thing?
The firm Cascadia Partners is also doing similar efforts. So I believe there are 4 communities that MIG is working with, and another 4 communities that Cascadia Partners is working with throughout the state of various sizes.
Thank you.
Any further questions? Seeing none, thank you. Thank you for your time, Andrew. And excuse me, Bob, Brad wants to.
Sorry, Mayor, if I could, I feel like maybe one important piece of context, particularly for the folks that, not the 3 incumbent councilors, but the ones that came in January. So in 2021, the city was party to a lawsuit. There were 12 cities across the state and in Marion County and several business associations that joined together in a lawsuit to LCDC, basically challenging the authority for LCDC to even require these rules at all. That lawsuit took a while to go through, but in 2024, the Board of Appeals made a decision on that case, spring of last year. And their decision was essentially that the state does have the ability to implement these rules, but they did put 2 caveats in there, both of them related to transportation. Because one of the things that the rules said is that you have to take your existing transportation rules and amend them. The Court of Appeals said, no, that's gone too far. You can't do that for existing transportation plans, but for future transportation plans, you have to consider it. So just a little bit of context. There's a whole lot more there we don't really have time to go into today, but I just wanted to make sure that you knew, especially listening to the counselors knew today, that's a piece of context maybe we should have included in there. But we are, bottom line, we are subject to these along with the other 7 MPOs in the state of Oregon. It doesn't apply to all cities across the whole state. It's just the larger MPO areas. And as Andrew said, there is a lot of flexibility on the land use piece of this. There's a couple other rules that we have a little less flexibility on, but on the stuff we talked about today, we do have some flexibility. But this is, since it's 2027 is when it has to go into, there's clearly going to be a lot more conversation.
With that being said, does anybody have any questions back to that, Indra?
I just wanted to ask you, Victoria mentioned earlier the money, who's going to pay for it. I don't think that was actually answered. So in your opinion, are businesses and residential people who are building new, because it's going to apply to new development, are they going to be burdened with that, the cost?
So like all development, if they come into the city and they have a proposal, we look at the code, and they have to meet the code that's in place at the time that they apply for their permit. Any improvements that are involved in meeting that code, yes, are typically borne by private development. As you know, sometimes there's partnership where either the Urban Renewal Agency or other grants can maybe step in to assist with public infrastructure, sprinkler systems, other safety or ADA requirements. Sometimes but that's typically a smaller match. But yes, for the most part, if they're adopted in the code, then it is the private developers who pay for that.
I'm sorry, I'm making a comment, but there's such a contradiction with the state that wants you to build homes and build new things, and yet the cost just keeps going up and up and up, so.
Eric, and then Victoria.
Yeah, I just want to say I think it's everything that's wrong with government. It's everything that's wrong with the state. Like Joel was saying, I mean, these are priorities that are put on us that aren't very big priorities in terms of what we're facing. It's very costly, and it's like coming up with a solution to a problem that isn't that big of a problem. So it's just more of an observation. So it's, yeah. Thank you. Thank you.
Victoria, did you have a question?
Yeah, I didn't catch, or could you explain again the lawsuit, where it landed, just a little bit more about the processes of the lawsuit. Thank you.
Well, maybe what we should do is just send the decision, because that will give you a lot more context, but yeah. Basically, after the climate-friendly equitable community rules were adopted, that's when those 12 cities, Marion County, which is where Salem is, and several business advocacy associations challenged that, and then it was the Oregon Court of Appeals is where that landed. So they're the ones who issued the decision last year. Is that what your question was, Counselor?
Yes, it was. And is that going to be, or is that in the process of being appealed to the Oregon Supreme Court, or no?
Not to my knowledge.
No, okay.
Nope.
Thank you.
Joel, do you got another question?
I just got a short one, and it's a succinct question, I hope. So given Josephine County, Grants Pass, as the population expands by what, 30 to 50% during the day from county residents, they all use cars to get here. Given that our population is an older population, which has advantages and disadvantages that use cars, given that this might be an opportunity to improve the livability, if we do it right, can we have the flexibility, do you see the flexibility in this program to accommodate the economic development and serve our citizens, given those measures?
Well, if I understood where you're going with that, Counselor, I mean,
I'm trying to make it into a positive increase in livability, but also
Right.
recognize the facts of what our community's like. Older population, a lot of people coming in from the county using automobiles.
yeah, and I don't think that the overall intent, and certainly even the letter of the law, if you look at what some of their recommendations were, would preclude anything of what you're saying. I mean, I think they're kind of, it's for parallel tracks, if you will.
And then the third condition would be not to increase building costs. That would not be appropriate either. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, we'll give it one last check. Any further questions? Seeing none, thank you very much, Mark. Thank you for all that presentation. Next up on the agenda, we have Homeless Solutions Grant Parameters and Funding. It looks like Stephanie will lead us into that. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Councilors. We are back here before you to talk about the grant program that we discussed 2 weeks ago. You should have received on Friday the actual draft of the grant program that we're going to go over today. So as I noted, you directed staff to prepare the potential grant program that would offer funding for capital expenses for entities to address the needs of the homeless population in the city of Grants Pass. This supports council's goal of housing and homelessness, and again, going back to that outcome too of being an active partner in developing a robust community system of health, homelessness, housing stability services, which create a continuum of care to support individuals and families at risk of or experiencing homelessness. As we talked about before, the amount set aside to establish a grant program would be at council's discretion, and we are going to talk about that at the very end of this presentation, what your funding sources could potentially be. And of note is that the recommended fiscal year 25-26 budget does include $371,000 to continue the existing resting sites as is. That number, to my understanding, is does not include staff time, employee parking, or other costs. That's just the hard costs. So as of right now, the city is currently forced to have 4 ADA compliant sites with a capacity of at least 150 spaces for homeless individuals. That was the injunction ruling from the court that would hopefully let us get out from under the injunction if we can meet that. Without another low barrier option in the community, we're going to need to continue to allow space in city on public property for homeless individuals. As we all know, there are some groups in our community that would like to provide space and services for homeless individuals in Grants Pass, but we've also heard that they need some financial assistance to begin that. A competitive grant program would be a way for the city to provide some financial assistance to community groups. And at the last workshop, when we discussed this, we were directed to prepare that proposed grant program to fund capital expenses to help get those entities off the ground and providing services. So I'm going to go over the actual document itself. Figured it was better than having a whole bunch of slides. It's up here. All right. So this is the draft grant program. I'll scroll through the contents. And I'm assuming you've had a chance to at least look at it, so I'll just, rather than read these sections, I'll just give you the overview and take any questions on each section, and we can talk about those individually. So our background section should describe what the issue is and what we're looking to accomplish through our program. Our purpose section goes into more of the details on what we're doing and why, what we're looking for from our partners if we were to go through this grant program. It also covers what we would anticipate programs to include, our minimum obligation as a city, because if that's our minimum obligation, we need to make sure that any funds expended help us to achieve that and hopefully take that burden off of the city. One point in here, and I did get a little bit of feedback since this draft went out, there is in here, let me find it, 1B, a question about low barrier and whether or not we want to provide a definition or a reference to a document that would provide guidance on what low barrier actually means. If we want to include that, that's something that I can do. I did prepare a potential definition, and I do have a potential document that we could link to. So, and this document was put out by Homeless and Housing Resource Center, and it provides some guidance on policies and information about low barriers. So the question then for council would be, should we include a definition or reference to a guiding document, or both, or neither?
So Stephanie's posed a question to you guys. I know you guys are digesting some more information, but anybody want to weigh in at this moment? Kathleen?
I was under the understanding that it would probably be a low barrier entry, but after the entry phase, no more.
I don't think that that's for us to define. That would be for a potential program to define, and we could determine whether that meets the city's obligations and would alleviate the burden that we need it to. I think we provide a definition or some guidance up front and then see what happens from there. We don't want to write their program for them.
Sure,
we
sure.
want to offer
Okay.
money for them to have a program.
Okay, thank you.
I guess the question would revolve back around is the definition of low barrier to entry. As far as I was concerned, what I've learned through the legal is that that is what is parsed to the actual HB 3115 is basically the entry, barrier to entry, not barrier to operation. Could you weigh in on that legally?
It depends on the definition you're looking at. When I did some research, I found about 97 different definitions. What you see on the screen in front of you is kind of a compilation of the most common concepts that I saw in those. And I think that it's also an evolving term too. Because things are so new, we don't know where this is going to land, which is why I was hesitant to put a definition in the first place, because if we define it, then we may be wrong. If we don't define it, then it's whatever it evolves into.
Okay, thank you for your input. Further questions? Rob, Joel?
Yeah, along the same lines, Stephanie, on your slideshow on number 5, the second bullet point, you wrote, without another low barrier option in the community, the city will need to continue to allow space for homeless individuals. Okay, I take that to mean that we already have a low barrier option in the community. Can you tell me where that is?
And maybe low barrier is not the right term on that one. Maybe it should have just been without another option in the community, because the only option we have currently is the resting sites.
Well, that's why defining this term is so critical, because even you used it in your slide and it wasn't helpful at all. So we really do need to come up with a working definition in one form or another for our sake and for the public's sake and for the operator's sake. So we do need to do that.
Joel?
So the other thing I'm wondering is criminal background checks. So if outstanding warrants, worst case, murder, sex crimes, rape. It seems like, unless I'm misinterpreting what criminal background checks are, I don't, if they've served time, that's fine or whatever, but if they have an outstanding warrant for murder, it's not a sanctuary.
But one thing you have to keep in mind, and one thing I found first of all, the criminal background checks is in every definition that I found, as is identification. So if they're not required to identify themselves, or if they're not required to provide their actual name or date of birth, how are you going to run a check for warrants?
To me, that doesn't seem appropriate, because it then becomes a sanctuary for people that are wanted for crimes that aren't acceptable.
Every definition that I found excludes or says you can't require background checks or identification.
So then, the next question is, if the chief or another person suspects that this person has an outstanding warrant, they can still check that.
Completely separate from whether or not you can enter the
So it's
site.
not the administration's responsibility, it's the police's responsibility.
They would investigate the same as any other. Just because they're in the shelter doesn't mean that law enforcement has to stop at the door.
Yeah, okay.
And Rob again?
So getting back to, the background that you provided, I think is probably pretty accurate. And then when we go down to purpose, the first sentence directly addresses the background. The city is offering this grant program to explore options that will alleviate the need for the city to allow persons experiencing homelessness to remain on public property. And so that directly relates to the background, or the problem that we're trying to solve, we'll say.
Correct.
Hopefully we all can agree on that. However, once we morph into the second sentence, that goes way beyond what it would take to necessarily address the given problem that we've agreed to.
That language in the second sentence is outcome number 2 straight out of the strategic plan.
Okay,
That's
I'm
the
questioning-
verbatim language.
Then I'm questioning that for the council now. The second sentence goes way beyond, second sentence being the city's goals regarding housing and homelessness for the city is to be an active partner in developing a robust community system of health, homelessness, housing, stability, and services to create a continuum of care, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So that basically is the kind of solving homelessness, which personally, that's a worthy goal, But I think that it's not necessarily our first goal. Our first goal is to provide, I believe, and maybe we're here to discuss this today or see if we agree, but our first goal is to provide professionally managed, safe, sanitary site accessible to the homeless who are willing to follow rules and restrictions of a low barrier facility. That is kind of what I think would address the background problem. The second goal goes way, way beyond that. And I'm not sure if that's what the public wants. I don't think that that's what I necessarily want to support. But I think we need to talk about that. The other thing that while we think about that, the wording to say active partner, to me has some really major problems, because to me, becoming an active partner, we kind of decided we were going to draw, I believe the line, I think I might have even said it, the line I used was we're going to draw a line in the sand about capital versus operational. Well, to me, if we're an active partner, that kind of begins to address operational issues after we've given a capital grant. The other problem I have with active partner is from a liability perspective. I would imagine that if we ever had some kind of issue in one of our sites, that if we've acknowledged that the city is an active partner in providing these sites, we're a $240 million target for a lawsuit. It's because, if we're an active partner, then we're responsible. And there's going to be some plaintiff's attorney somewhere that's going to see it that way. But my point is, the first sentence addresses what we've agreed is our problem in background. The second sentence goes way, way, way beyond that. And rather than active partner, I'd rather see something like an active facilitator, because it seems as though we are trying to maybe gather different groups together to help us solve our problem. But I think we need to look at what our purpose is. Is our purpose to really solve homelessness? Because that's what the second sentence goes towards. The first sentence goes to really address our legal issue. The second sentence is more about solving homelessness. So I'd like council to discuss what actually our purpose is.
If I may, I think active partner in this particular context actually is more narrowly defined than that, because of the word in here. It's in developing that community. If you are being an active partner in the development of the community, could be as simple as providing one-time funding to help get it up and running. You can read it that way. There's always going to be entities that will read it differently, but I think that being an active partner in developing that community system can be limited just to providing that up and running funding.
I have to agree with what Rob is trying to get across here. I don't think this should be flowery. I think it should be straightforward, cut to the point. The purpose of this grant, the way I understand it, and all of you have not made an agreement yet, but the purpose of this grant is to facilitate funding to an organization for capital. That's it. So this grant should be written specifically around those parameters without any other fluff or anything. I think that's what Rob's trying to get the point across as, and I agree with him 100%. Any further questions in regards to, this section? Seth? And then Joel?
Yeah, maybe everyone else would agree, I'm not sure, but where it says the city is anticipating proposals would be for one or more, seems like, I don't know if we'd all agree on more, if somebody said, oh, we're going to do two. So I don't know if we just leave it at one. I don't know if anyone has any thoughts on that, but.
Well, and the purpose of that language was to give you flexibility depending on what the proposals come in as. If you get two proposals that one can handle 100 and one can handle 50, it would allow you to offer funding to help both get off the ground. If you get a proposal that can handle 150, maybe you only go with the one proposal, even if you get a bunch of others. It just gives you the flexibility to be able to better evaluate what's out there.
Joel and then Indra?
And Stephanie, good job on this, by the way, but this is a point for discussion under purpose. The last paragraph on page 4, it talks about the last sentence, at a minimum, the city's obligation is to provide capacity for 100 individuals in a manner that is compliant. It goes on to the next page. I just had some suggested wording of provide capacity for 100 individuals and not greater than 200 individuals, and be operational within 6 months of award unless otherwise agreed to. And that 6 month of being operational could be part of the key dates. That's on page 5. Right? You have the award date, and then the operational date would be February 1st, 2026. The drop dead operational date.
One thing I would caution against is the 100 to 200 range that you provided, because we have to make sure it's 150. We can't get out from some of our restrictions without that 150 number. So
Right.
that should be our minimum. I wouldn't go down to 100. If you want to have a range, we can do that.
Sure.
But I think, again, the flexibility.
So if
this is-
somebody comes in with 500,
Somebody comes in with 500, you can talk about reducing the scope. That's one of the things about
Right.
some of the language within this grant program is it's not set in stone. It's not what they propose is what
Sure.
we have to agree to. We can still negotiate some of the line items and the provisions in order to fund it.
and so I was thinking, I'm used to a prospectus, but in the objectives, that the objective is not to provide 500. It's not more than at some point in time. And what it would be nice for that to be defined for the bidders.
So if you have questions about the actual number of individuals in there, why don't you just put in that text, say, you know, the number of individuals or at the discretion of the council? I mean, is
We can do
that
that.
a simple way out of it?
And in the purpose section, there are other areas too where things like that are referenced.
Okay.
In the purpose section, the idea was to state what the city is facing, because one of the
Correct.
questions is, how are you going to help the city do that?
Yep.
And so they can explain that. If there's a reason why they think it needs to go up to 500, explain it, and we'll
Okay.
talk about it.
Okay, I had Indra and then Rick.
Oh, before you move on.
Oh, sorry.
The key date for operations, did you capture that?
I have written down what you said. I'm making notes on a piece of paper.
Okay,
So,
okay, thank you.
But I guess the two things then that I'd like, before I move on to the next section, and maybe finish the questions for this section if there are any others, but so far I've got that we need to decide whether to keep in the language about the city's housing and homelessness goal, and also whether or not to have a 6-month or other drop dead date for operations.
Unless otherwise agreed to.
Right.
Contract language.
Okay.
Okay, so we're still on section of purpose, and Indra, did you have a question? And then
Yes.
Rick.
On purpose. So I first want to agree with the active partner language. I originally thought, oh, it sounds like we're going to be an ongoing, doing things ongoing actively. So I disagree with that language. Then I guess I would say the bullet points, I'm wondering if we need to even have them. These are all have to do with housing except the one mental health. And so what struck me with those is we all know our major issue is substance abuse out there. So I'm wondering why substance abuse treatment, to me, that would be a major thing we would want any organization who takes this on to do, is to know that they have a robust substance treatment program for people, because that's the main thing. So I don't know if we need the bullet points. Can we just end at families at risk of experiencing homelessness, period, and not put those? But if we do put the bullet points, I would like one to have address the substance abuse issue.
Thank you, and Rick?
Thank you, Stephanie. So the last line in there, the capacity for 150 individuals, you already mentioned. What I'm sensitive to, if we get a grant, if we get an applicant coming in and they said they can provide for 100 individuals, is it an automatic denial or in one for 50, it's not an automatic denial as long as we realize our goal is to come up with 150, which I think you stated. So I'm just looking for that confirmation.
Yes, that would be the intention, is to make it flexible enough that you can have multiple grants in order to achieve your goals, or a single grant to achieve your goals. Kind of depends on what flows in. And that's where, jumping down to Appendix B and the narrative, some of the questions, how will it address one or more of the city's needs? So if you can only meet the 100 number, why does that still address the city's needs? So that's where a lot of the points would come from, is responses to how the city's need is met with that specific capacity.
Okay, thank you.
Looks like Joel's have another question?
Well, and I have another question. Are those 150 additional beds? Because we already got beds. And there's different nonprofits out there, and there's a lot of beds. Some of them previously didn't count, some of them did. So are these 150 additional beds compared to what our capacity is now? Or is it the total number of beds in the community?
I'm going to say it's not total number of beds in the community at this point, because of the way the judge's order reads, which is that the city right now, we have to have space for 150. So we want to make sure that if we're providing funding for someone else to take that burden on, we have to meet that we have to know that that 150 number is being met elsewhere.
So if I can rephrase what you said, and this is dangerous, so correct me. The judge is only looking at city-funded beds. They're not looking at other beds.
Our resting sites, we have to have capacity for 150. The city has to provide those at this point.
And it has to be funded by the city, not by other nonprofits. So for example, the Mint facility.
No. There's no criteria that I've ever seen that says the city is responsible for funding it.
Nope.
The city has to provide the avenues. If the city doesn't have the avenues for them to go, that is objectively reasonable. It doesn't say anything about us specifically funding it.
So then that would lead me to the question, okay, so the other beds that are presently provided but aren't funded by the city, they don't count towards 150?
I think for right now, we need to focus on
That's what I don't understand.
assisting in funding something that will get us those 150 to be able to take the 150 burden off the city. Right now, we have a 150 burden.
Yeah, so but the judge probably didn't consider it either, okay.
It's not a funding question.
No.
It's a capacity question.
Okay,
And so the judge's determined objective is reasonable is to have the system we have in place, which includes approximately 150 resting opportunities for that population. Someone came in tomorrow and established a 200 resting site thing, that's a potential game changer. We are trying to assist that to happen.
so correct me in this legal interpretation, then that is a low barrier, 150 low barrier? Or
Yes.
is it a Gospel Rescue Mission, On Track, the pregnancy folks that have it for addicted mothers, all those beds?
So as we're interpreting it, and I think as Stephanie and Aaron is trying to get the point across, is the current situation that we're in has the number 150 on it. And everybody that I've talked to in regards to this situation, in regards to HB 3115, the term low barrier is tied to all of that.
Sure. So it is.
So without answering all the questions with 100% certainty, because we don't have a lot of the questions, a lot of the answers to these questions, that's kind of the parameters that we're trying to build from.
Well, it's fascinating that they're, right now, I agree with Aaron, it shouldn't be those funded by the city, but that really, in reality, is what is happening.
Yeah, and I mean, it's public knowledge what the court proceedings were, and there was no mention or acknowledgement of the existing treatment facilities or beds in our system during this last court proceedings. I mean, it's public record.
Okay, thank you.
I had Joel and then Indra. Questions?
So just to clarify, 150, however, I think, Aaron, I heard you just say, and I would agree with it, that if someone popped up today and said, I have 50 sites, then we would just need 100, correct?
I don't know the answer to that yet. It kind of depends on what's out there and how things work. Maybe, hopefully, but I'm not going to guarantee that at this point.
So if we don't know the answer, then the answer, that means they do want, I don't understand it, the city to pay for them?
At this point, we just need to make sure that if a low barrier facility popped up and didn't need city funding, we could probably take some numbers off, but I'm not going to guarantee that at this point.
Okay, so we are still mixed in the section of purpose. Is there any further questions, or we will move on to the next section?
I'll actually ask for the final decisions on some of that guidance.
Sure.
Do we want to nix the language regarding the strategic plan goal? I heard a couple of yeses. I'm not.
Kathleen?
But looking for a.
I'd be in favor of changing that, the language partner to facilitate.
Oh, Rob?
Yeah, but beyond that, I think, and that's part of it. The suggestion that I made was essentially our purpose is the first sentence. And it could be, I suppose, but put it this way, I would like to completely delete developing a robust community system of health, homelessness, housing stability, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. That doesn't directly address what our legal conundrum is, and I think that I don't see I don't see how that serves this document or the grant. So I'd like to keep it at the first sentence, and we could be an active facilitator in developing what our first sentence says. The rest of that paragraph, to me, is superfluous. I'd like to eliminate it.
So Rob's suggestion is just to stick with the first sentence within that purpose. Council's feeling on that? Looks like we got a positive on that. So if we could just...
So nix all of that?
And including the bullet points too, Rob?
I think we
Or
just kind of established that the bullet points aren't necessarily that pertinent, so I would, yeah.
Yeah, I think
First
that's,
sentence.
I agree with that as well. So basically, the question to council is if you want the purpose to remain, or highlight that one more time. If the highlighted items within the purpose statement are removed. Sentiment on that? Thumbs up? Thank you.
All right, and then the next question was whether to include a 6-month drop dead for operations to be up and running unless otherwise agreed to.
So Joel's suggestion was to provide or to define a 6-month up to operation period. Rob?
Yeah, I think that's really good, plus unless otherwise agreed to. Like, for instance, with Mint, what was part of that, they had a certain period of time to deliver part of it, and then they had 6 more months to deliver the second part or whatever. So the part, unless otherwise agreed to, and then we're open to discussion, because an operator might say, I can do the whole 150 in 6 months, or they might say, glad to do it, but it'll take me longer to get the full amount. So unless otherwise agreed to, yeah.
Okay, do you have direction on that?
I do.
Just so we can have a little more clarity going forward, the purpose of the grant, and if I'm not trying to talk down to you guys, but it's just so everybody's understanding. So the purpose of the grant is to establish funding for capital. The city would provide grant, which means it's not paid back, but if you do not meet the parameters of the grant, then you have to pay it back. Correct?
That's my understanding.
Does everybody understand that? Okay, now we can go forward.
All right.
Go ahead, Joel.
Well, in that then, and I'd be surprised, Stephanie, if you would want to do this, but I'm used to having a performance bond. That if for some reason it isn't operational by that date or whatever, that they have a performance bond that can reimburse the city for the amount of the grant.
That's not common in grants.
Yeah,
I don't know that
not
I've ever
in
seen a grant that required a performance bond.
Well, I view this as a contract,
Well,
but maybe it's not a contract.
The contractual part of this is if the recipient doesn't meet the parameters of that contract, then it turns from a gift to a loan. That's basically what this is exactly like what you guys already went through when you established that money for Mint. It's the exact same kind of outlay as what I'm understanding.
Yeah,
It's a gift.
Actually, it's not at all. But we're getting now way ahead, because on page 14, remedies for noncompliance, that's on page 14. So we can jump to that if we want to, but, and it's actually quite different than the other two times we've negotiated this. But that's on page 14. We can wait to get there, or we can discuss it now.
We'll get there.
Okay, let's proceed forward. Thank you, Stephanie.
Anything else on key dates?
Yeah.
That should be 6 months from date of award.
Rob?
Yeah, the key dates, I think it's great that we're going to try to keep this moving. I just don't know that it's practical. Like, for instance, some operator, whoever the operator is likely to be managed or run or controlled by a board. Very often, boards have bylaws that would say that there has to be 48 hours, 72 hours before they call a board meeting, things of that nature. So the way we've got this written right now, draft agreement to recommended recipients would be on Tuesday, July 22nd. By Friday, they would not only have had to met with their board, they would have had to been able to run it by their lawyer to make sure that all the terms and conditions are agreeable to them. So that 3-day period from July 22nd to July 25th is way too short. It's just not practical. And we need to have a win-win here. And we want to make it so that somebody can actually, if they've been chosen especially, they can take it to their board, they can take it to their lawyer, they can then come back to us with any suggestions their lawyer, has made or demands. So that part is just way too short, and it just needs to be longer. I'm not sure how long, but 3 days is just not realistic.
And I went back and forth on that one. When I put the dates together, I figured we would have this discussion, actually have a calendar prepared so we can talk about what any future dates might mean. So how long, anyone have ideas on how long it would take for an entity to adequately review a contract?
Well, for instance, this entity, 2 weeks ago, we kind of told you what we wanted, and Aaron was very reluctant on 1 week, and it was 2 weeks to just get our draft. And I don't know that somebody needs 2 weeks, but they may have a board too, and they have a lawyer too. So clearly 3 days is too short. 2 weeks may be too long, but, not just being just a suggestion from a layman, I would say at least a week between those 2 dates, the 22nd to, it's got to be at least a week to give somebody a chance to call their board and have their lawyer check it over, maybe longer.
Oh, Indra?
Remind me what day of the week the 22nd is?
It's a Tuesday.
Tuesday. So maybe the following Friday? Like the
August 1st?
Just a suggestion.
And if that's a problem, you can put unless otherwise agreed to.
Right. And what that would do then is make your, the date on which you would be considering awarding the grant, it would bring that to August 20th.
So the recommendation is to extend the application review period to the grant deadline. We've got anywhere from a week to 2 weeks. So Indra had made a suggestion of, which would have been a week, right? Just over a week. So do the dates that Stephanie's changed it to, is that agreeable? Rob?
It is, and I would defer to, Stephanie's opinion on this. How long would it take a board and a lawyer to get back to us on this? But it's more than 3 days, but
I can tell you that we've gotten contracts in that I've responded to within the day. It really depends on whether you make it a priority within your entity, and if you know it's coming, then there's, you can get that meeting scheduled. So it really depends on the organization and what kind of priority they put on this.
a lot of these entities are hiring out or have contracted with a lawyer in the same way that it takes us time to get Aaron Heisel to come up with anything for us because he's not in-house. I don't know that these groups have lawyers in-house. There's a difference there.
And we can do whatever date you choose, however long you think is appropriate for that contract review. I am planning on having a draft of the standard terms that'll be in any contract as part of this grant program. I haven't had a chance to fully put that together yet, but it would be your basic provisions, and then we would tailor the other requirements specific to whatever the proposal indicated. But there's a lot of terms that will be standard among everything, so we'll have that out for them to review up front.
Okay, Victoria and then Rick.
It seems to me like, especially given what you just said about being able to turn a contract around in a day, these entities are going to be, once they submit an application, they're going to be able to call for the meeting during those days because they're going to know they're going to need to. So I don't know as though we need to change the dates then, especially since they have 3 days. It could be done in one. And if they're going to go to the trouble to submit the application, then they're going to want to keep those days open, I would think. So I'm not sure we do need to change the dates.
And procedurally, to add an extra day on there, one thing we could do is the high-scoring applicants, we can actually notify them on the 21st that something will be coming the following day, so that they have that heads up and can make arrangements.
I really like that.
But we can also extend the timelines, so whatever council decides.
First question, oh wait, so Rick, do you add in real quick?
I would be in favor of the shorter timeline, no longer than a week. Thank you.
Okay, so first question is to extend the dates as Stephanie has changed them on the screen. Get a thumbs up. Okay, that looks like it's favorable. And then what was the second portion you wanted?
The other option would be to keep it as is, and I can tell you we could probably move the agreement due to the 28th and still meet that August 6th deadline. It would make things a lot more compacted for staff in putting things together. And if there was any negotiations that we had to go back and forth on, it would delay things, but we could potentially make the 28th the agreement due date.
So
basically, it's
a
the
more
following
compacted
Monday.
schedule would be July 28th as the grant deadline, and then as you go down, the dates would decrease by 3 days, right?
Nope. What would happen is, it would be,
That one just changed. So that gives you 6 working days?
5, because
5 days.
if we sent them out on the 20th, well, 4 to 5, depending on when they went out on the 22nd. But these numbers then would not change. So that would give 4 to 5 business days.
Indra?
I'm just going to say, I mean, it's a long process of a couple months. I think we shouldn't rush to save 2 days or 3. We want to get it right, and we don't want to make staff rush through their end either, or the organization. So I would be for not rushing that and making staff rush either.
Okay, so you have either the grant agreement deadline for August?
August 1st or July 28th.
July 28th. So deadline for August 1st, thumbs up? 1, 2, 3. Grant deadline for July 28th, thumbs up? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So 28th it is. Thank you.
All right. Then we'll move on, unless there's anything else on key dates.
Don't see anything.
Moving on to the award information and overview. This goes over some eligibility, what the award parameters are. You'll note that there are these 3 X's right here. And the reason for that is because we don't have amounts yet. So once we have a set amount, we can talk about whether we want to have a cap. We'll come back to that if we need to. So anything on, let's just start with the first two, the award or the eligibility.
Rob?
Yeah, I have a question. The second sentence on Part A, the city may reduce granted award amounts at its discretion. And so I don't know if I understand how that would work. So we've agreed to give a granted amount. An operator begins to make plans, they budget, they hire, they do whatever they're going to do, and then we can come back and reduce it unilaterally? That just doesn't seem fair.
This was language taken out of a federal grant program that for, I think it was homelessness related, but primarily geared towards victims of domestic and sexual violence. We can take that out. We can also do that. And we can just say
Can
that
you
we
just
will.
explain my interpretation, because it's past tense, city may reduce granted award amount. That makes it sound like someone could get started with certain plans, certain dollar figures, and then we could come back and unilaterally take that away. So I don't understand that.
I see your point.
Am I reading that correctly? Because it is past tense.
Yes.
Granted amount.
You are reading that correctly. I see your point. My suggestion would be to make it reduce grant amount, award amounts, and not granted.
And I guess that if you look at the parameters of the grant, if you award an applicant funds and they don't meet the metrics of anything else in the grant, then you could either reduce it or
correct,
change it over.
So, and I think-
So that's where I think the language comes into
And
play, right?
it probably does, but we can address that as part of the termination or noncompliance section, and here just say, we have the discretion to change your grant amount before we give it to you, and then if you don't comply, we can change it if we want to, and just have those as two separate entities.
Does that answer your question, Rob?
That makes sense.
Thanks. Any further questions in regards to this section? Indra?
So Stephanie in C, and/or other risk considerations, do we know what other risk considerations might be?
Any red flags that jump out at us when we're reviewing their risk assessment responses? And I'm going to have a number of those probably are going to land on JC's desk because he's going to be reviewing for the financial components and making sure that what we're seeing isn't something that raises red flags.
And does this just have to do with financial funding?
Yes.
Nothing like personal with?
No, if you look, it's Appendix E is your risk assessment. I'll jump down to that. So what you're looking at is financial capability and stability, quality of their management and financial systems, past performance related to grants, and any results of audits or reporting.
I'm not familiar with doing grants, but is there anything regarding besides financial, like personnel things? So if someone within the organization has red flags, is there anything with that or no?
Not for
Then
this purpose,
typically
not for
not.
funding capital expenses.
Okay, thank you.
Rick, you got a question?
So Stephanie, would that include knowledge of liabilities they might have or their credit history, or would not?
It doesn't include, so I know that was a question that was raised before. It does include providing their financial statement. One of the questions in there does call for that. It does not include any kind of declaration about assets, liabilities, or like the third, whatever it was at the end of your question that you previously
Credit
provided.
history.
Yes, doesn't include those. I've never seen those included in a risk assessment for a grant program before. I've only ever seen provide your financial statement so we can take a look at that and then provide any information about the other questions.
Since I do not usually read financial statements, does a financial statement typically include their liabilities? Does. Okay, thank you.
Okay, any further questions in regards to this section? Do you have clarity on changes?
Yes, so
Okay.
far we've gotten through A, B, and anything else on C? The unallowed disqualifiers? Okay.
I don't see any questions or comments in regards to that yet.
All right, then we have allowed and unallowed costs. I know one question or comment that came in since this went out, was about the maintenance of physical assets and whether that would be considered. It is considered a capital expenditure. Whether or not you want to include maintenance of an existing asset as something that the city would fund is a question for this council. Along with that question would also be technology and equipment and whether or not you want to include those components for our capital funding.
Looks like I got Rob and then Rick.
Yeah, to me, that sentence before the comma is, what I understood the council might be interested in providing, which was capital expenses. As soon as we move into the word maintenance, could some of this grant, if it's not used to start, 3 years from now, be used for a roof or technology upgrades and things like that? Those to me are clearly operational.
That would only be if the council approved it as part of the application. So you're going to be approving the line, basically what the funding would go for as line items. You would have to approve that. So if someone said 5 years down the road, we want to replace the roof, that you could say, no, that's ongoing operations.
So are you saying that's before the grant is signed? That's not 5 years from now?
You would say, you can pay for these specific capital expenses. If you see something that's in 5 years, we want to do X, Y, Z, you can say yes or no and take that item out or leave it there. It would still be a capital expense in 5 years to do the upgrades. But if you want to take maintenance out, we can also take maintenance out. And then
to me, the word maintenance really has nothing to do with an upfront capital cost, but that's just my way of reading that sentence. If somebody, if there's potholes in the parking lot or if a roof or an HVAC needs to be fixed going in after they've done their due diligence and that's a capital expense going in. But essentially, once they're on the property, I don't necessarily look at any of that as a capital expense. I look at it as maintenance.
We could do something like this.
I mean, anything could be, and anything could legitimately be a capital expense on the front end, regardless of how many repairs and everything else are needed. But once move-in day is over, I'm not sure,
You could put immediate in there also. It could be immediate maintenance, which would make it any maintenance that you have to get done right away to be operational.
Rick and then Joel.
I agree with Rob, but in the future, 5 years down the road, if they come back to us and say they want to do something, we still have the ability to do that. I want to say outside of the grant.
We'll talk about it at that point.
Okay, thank you.
Joel?
So one of the things that, I can't solve this, well, I probably can, but we've changed Medicaid regulations and it requires electronic health records, physical or real property, buildings, technology, and or equipment, and it's for providing housing and medical care, which then the provider gets reimbursed from Medicaid. Does this put us as paying for that technology?
No. Now, it would put us as providing funding to an entity that is going to be paying for that technology.
Well, I'm not sure I agree with you. I understand your answer. Immediate maintenance of, so if I don't have that technology and I need it, I need all those computers, I need a server, I need people to maintain
This
it.
would provide funding that could be used for purchases like that, if we keep the
Yeah.
technology and equipment in there.
And those people are already funded through other means.
And that's one of the things I believe in here, it says you can't supplant. If it doesn't, it should, and that was an omission on my part, but it should be that you're not supplanting your existing other funding sources.
Yeah. Usually it's done through a contract. Okay.
So the intent of the grant, is the way I'm understanding, is purchase a property and upgrade or development of that piece of property? Is that kind of how you wrote that?
It's not just real property, it would be any kind of capital expenses that they may need. As was noted, you may need computers and servers to get up and running. You may need to buy a building or build a building, construct a building
So
on a
my
piece of
question back
property.
to you guys, is that what you intended? Because I think it's too broad. I thought this grant was going to be written for the capital expense of the purchase of a property and/or, you know, utility upgrades or whatever to get that piece of property running, not computers and office supplies and blah, 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 blah. Joel?
Depends on how much money you want to spend.
Yeah, we're not going to talk about that right now. We're trying to get the parameters of this
Yeah.
down. So I'm just trying to focus in on the intent, what you guys are kind of leading to in this, and get the full understanding. Indra and then Victoria?
I feel that it's okay to add this stuff. I think it forces the organizations to do due diligence, maybe spend less for a property, and so that they can afford equipment that they need. And so I think I like giving them the leeway to do what they want with it to achieve our goals.
And based on the mayor's comment, I did add infrastructure in there. I had forgotten about like utility improvements, things like that. If those were needed, we want to make sure that that's covered.
Yeah, that's what I thought the intent was, but that was a very valid point, Indra. Victoria?
Oh, I was just going to comment that when we were talking about this, we did mention that it was for the property and any infrastructure that would need to go into the property. That was just a comment.
Okay, so that was added into there. So is there any other questions, or do you guys like the changes for allowed costs that Stephanie has made? Rob?
Yeah, I like the word immediate that Stephanie suggested, immediate upgrade, that would mean a roof repair or whatever.
Yeah.
And that would, you know, but immediate, yeah, in other words, someone could get a really good deal on a building that needs some immediate repairs. To me, that would be reasonable. Beyond that, I think we kind of agree on what capital is defined, how capital is defined.
Okay. Back to council. Are you guys good with the verbiage that's on the screen at this moment in time? Thumbs up?
Okay.
Okay, Rob, you had another question?
So are we on to the unallowed costs or no?
We are.
Okay, there was just 3 words I thought should be added. The very first sentence, funding may not be granted, and I would like to add the 3 words, or used for. It may not be granted or used for ongoing operations or the provision of goods and services. So granted or used for.
Okay. Any other comments or questions in regards to unallowed costs?
Okay.
Okay. Oh, sorry, Joel?
What is a prevention activity?
That would be activities trying to help people not become homeless. That's not the purpose of what we're trying to do here. We're trying to address those that actually already are.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, moving on.
All right. So the next section is just that we're not requiring any cost sharing, matching, or leveraging as part of this. It's just if you provide us with something that meets our needs, you may get grant funding for that. And award distribution, it's going to depend and is at the discretion of the city. So depending on what the project is proposing is whether or not we would do a single one-time funding, or if it's going to be based on milestones, or if it's based on a time period. It's really going to depend on what's proposed, and we would establish that as part of the grant agreement. Okay. And then it also would allow us to have terms and conditions as part of that.
So those 2 sections, you guys have any questions or comments? All right.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right, we've got our application contents and submissions, section 4A. This basically is just, you have to submit it as a single package with all documents in hard copy to admin, and then we'll make sure we've got that the date stays consistent with our timelines and that we're not going to accept applications after that. Our formatting and technical requirements is the nuts and bolts of what we expect from your narrative. I did have a comment to allow Microsoft Excel as well as a file format, so I'll make sure that that gets added in. I did make it as single-spaced text because that's the way I like to read things. Double-spaced, I feel like I'm turning pages too quickly, so I made it single-spaced and cut down the number of pages, hopefully. And then the next sections talk about the required documents that would need to be submitted as part of an application. The first is an applicant cover sheet. It's a single page, basically it's just that top page to give us an idea of what we're going to be looking at on the inside. There's a template form for that. It's not scored, it's just a brief summary and the contact information. I'm assuming that the narrative is where we're going to have some more significant discussion. This should be the biggest points-based section of the entire grant. It's the explanation of how and why and what the outcomes are going to be. So it's divided into 4 areas. First is project need. So one of the things that I've heard from council in the past is that we don't really understand necessarily the scope of what we're dealing with. It would be nice to have anybody applying tell us what they see as the scope, and especially if they have any data that can support why they think that that scope is appropriate. And then describe the barriers faced by homeless individuals. If we get an applicant that clearly doesn't have a good grasp of those barriers, we want to make sure we see that up front. And then how the proposal will address one or more of the city's needs. So that would be our project needs section. Those 3 questions would be worth 10 points. And I would have a scoring sheet prepared as well that would break that down by question, how many points are each one's worth. The last one would probably be worth the most. The second area is activities and operations. This is the big section, the most points-based, and this is where they're going to be describing what they're doing, how they're doing it, how it's going to work on a day-to-day basis, how they would ensure accessibility, those ADA requirements that the city has, what their ongoing funding is going to be moving forward, how they're going to continue for at least 10 years, because that's going to be one of our things. We don't want to invest money up front only to have it fall apart in a year or 2. We want to make sure that they've got a valid plan going long term. We want their timeline for implementation and making sure they've got transportation to commercial and medical services, and that's one of the things that's required by statute for shelters. So I'll pause here. Any questions on the activities and operations narrative questions?
Joel, and then Indra?
So there's more than one protected group besides handicap? And it seems like, I know that was the hot one because that's what we got sued on, but Rogue Retreat got sued on another one, a protected class. And so we need to somehow, and maybe it's implicit, be compliant with the protected classes as defined by the civil rights law. And that includes handicap accessible.
I know that they are, this grant program, there's a section on compliance with civil rights law and non-discrimination, but if you want, we can add a question in there about how will you ensure compliance with
I
state
just
and
want it
federal.
to be highlighted so that we don't run into that like Rogue Retreat did, or
Could you
like we
just
did with the
reference that
lawsuit.
section and?
It is at the very end.
No, I know, but in the
We can do
text, you
that.
could reference that section.
Yeah, so we could change that to describe how the proposed project will ensure accessibility for those with disabilities.
Will be compliant
And
with the federal legislation.
Comply.
Civil rights legislation.
Does that make it too broad, though? Does that make it too broad, though? Would you just
I
want
think it
to
does.
reference the section within the grant that you described that?
We could do it that way. I'm actually more concerned that it makes the question too broad by itself, and maybe those should be 2 separate questions.
Okay. Thanks for the clarification. I had Indra.
Yes, can you tell me in H, why did we come up with 10 years? That's a long time to want this. Was there a reason for that?
Because if we are giving, I believe that came out of one of the previous grants that was given, there was a 10-year period. In addition, it's a good solid length of time. If something is going on for 10 years, then it's probably going to stay in our community, and those are the things that we want to make sure get funded.
So not to go past this without getting everybody's way in it. So Indra did have a question if the 10-year length period was a little bit too long. Council's weigh in on if 10 years is sufficient time. Thumbs up. So further discussion. Kathleen?
Well, if this is a one-time grant, why does it need to have a
Well, this is just saying,
timeframe
we
on
want
it?
to know how you plan to continue for 10 years. It doesn't say you have to, that the grant is going to be 10 years long necessarily. It really depends on what they're proposing. It just says, tell us how you're going to be successful for 10 years.
So it's defining the parameters of their objective proposal.
Yep.
Okay. Does that make sense to everybody? Okay, I got nods, so
Okay.
where are we at now?
Jumping down to outputs, this is, what do we want to see from them? What do we need to know? One is, how is it different from what we currently have in our community? Because if we don't have differences, maybe we need to look at things that actually do provide different services. And then how are they going to collect specific data? And these are the things I came up with. We did have a suggestion to add the choose to leave and the reason for their decision here.
That wasn't the suggestion. The choose to leave is here. It was about people that are asked to leave and why were they asked to leave. So we get to know, first of all, who's walking around our community that was thrown out of the camp, and maybe the operator, if they had a number of them that was the same reason, they may want to reevaluate, what they're doing. So it was asked to leave rather than choose to leave. Choose to leave, I think, is in there already. I think you already put choose to leave in there.
Yeah, I had decline in there already. So there's a difference between declining to enter when they find out what the terms are, and then entering and choosing to leave. I think those are two separate points in time. But you're right. If they are basically evicted from the community, then we should also get that information. So that's a good one to include.
Yeah, I agree with Rob. That's a great metric to have. Any other questions? Indra?
What about something to do with law enforcement, and if they're called, how often? Like, I would like data on that. How often can we do that?
That's going to be a program decision to make. So if whatever their parameters are for number of calls, et cetera, that will get you evicted, we're not writing the rules for the program. We're writing the information that we want to see potentially come back to council to evaluate the program later.
Right, but would we want to see how many calls went to that? I don't think so. I don't know, counselors.
I could probably answer that question for you. That'll be easy for us to pull if you guys want that information later. It's just a matter of, I can look it up.
Okay, so is any further questions on, go back to the title again, I forgot what, outputs?
Outputs.
Indra?
To me, this section is a major piece of the puzzle because we want the homelessness to decrease. And in order to do that, they're going to have to track that and give us that information. So I think that is worth more than 10 points, just if we're talking about point system. I don't know if we would adjust others or just add to it, but to me, I mean, that's the whole goal, is that this is an effective program, and that is, the output is the way to see that it's effective. So I would like to see more emphasis on that section.
So the recommendation from Indra is to weight this section a little bit heavier. Council's take on that? Rob and then Joel?
I think after we go through all the sections, we can look at that whole chart and see what it looks to us like.
And what we can do too with that outputs, if you think about it this way, you've got your activities and operations section is worth 35 points, and it's got 10, 11 different components that would make that up. So each question on average would be 3 points. If you look at your output section, there's only 2 questions. We can weight that existing services or amenities question to 2 points, and that makes your data 8 points, which would be a pretty heavy lift within the grand scheme of all the points.
Joel?
So I was just going to reinforce what Rob said, and it, Ingra had a very valid, rational point, but then the graph on the bottom of page 12, we need to look at that in total and adjust that, because there may be other ones that need to be adjusted, and as you adjust one, it affects the others.
Go ahead, Indra.
And just to respond, with the points, I get what you're saying, there's just A and B, but these are, what's under B is a lot of work. And
All we're asking them to do is tell us how they're going to track data. So tell us how you're going to gather this information. It's a lot of different points on it, but it's just how are you going to make sure that we can get that information when it comes time to report?
And we will be getting that information.
That
So
will be
they'll-
required as part of any reporting.
So they'll have to implement
They will
that.
have to be able to track it. We want to know how they plan to track it.
So with that, would we put a metric on reporting? Like,
Reporting is required to be compliant with the grant terms. And that's-
understand, but is there like a every 2 weeks, every month type
Again,
specific
it's
parameter?
one of those that's going to depend on the actual proposal. Most common for grant reporting is quarterly.
Okay.
Semi-annually on some of the more significant data sometimes. It really depends on what they're proposing. We'll have a draft as part, that timeline will be part of the grant agreement though, saying you're going to report this often and on these metrics.
Perfect. Thanks for the clarification. Further questions in regards to output? Seeing none, is everybody good with the changes that were implemented on that section? Thumbs up? Looks like you're good, thank you.
All right, the last narrative area is on impact. So I know one of the big concerns we've heard from the community is wherever we put this, there's going to be an impact on the surrounding community. So we'd like them to address how they're going to minimize that. Then how it's going to positively address the issues in the city. And one more piece of it is what objective criteria or metrics should the city use to evaluate the effectiveness? So maybe there's something that we haven't thought of already as far as that goes. Tell us what else you might have that would help us measure success.
Joel?
Just a quick wordsmithing, Stephanie. I would say what additional objective criteria and metrics? Because you
Right.
did suggest
We do have some.
a lot of metrics, but what additional ones?
Okay, any further comments or questions? Okay.
All right. The budget and budget narrative, basically this is just, we want to know line items, what you're planning to spend the money on and how that relates and why it supports the city's needs.
Rob and then Joel?
Actually, Joel, why don't you go ahead, because I think I'm, Joel,
Go ahead, Joel.
why don't you go ahead?
Oh, okay. So there was the second to last sentence, the budget should not include any unallowable costs. Well, I thought, and this is a point for discussion, the budget should include any unallowable costs that are financed by the applicant. Because that may be a positive thing for the applicant's proposal.
I think when it talks about a budget, it's what are you asking for money for? It's not the broad scope of what's your entire plan. It's just what do we need to fund? And we can't fund unallowed items.
Right, and those additional costs we can't fund, but they can. And if there's one that does fund it and it makes it even more effective over another project that doesn't.
That's where this question up here in activities comes in. How will the entire project be funded, including sources of funding, amounts, and whether it's one-time or ongoing? We're asking them for those things in a narrative question. How are you going to make this work? We just want to know in the budget and budget narrative section, what are you asking the city for?
So, okay, so this is very narrow and it's only to the allowable costs, realizing that there's going to be unallowable costs that the applicant is going to have to fund.
Correct.
Yeah, so the budget and budget narrative should be very singular to the amount of money and the parameters of what the grant is, so.
Okay.
And I understand what you have a valid point, but I think it would be addressed in some of the other literature that Stephanie pointed out too.
Okay.
Any further questions or comments?
And maybe it would be better to, given that question, So the budget should be limited to specific capital expenditures for which grant funding is sought. Instead of identify, it should just be, make it clear that it's only what you're asking the city for.
Does that bring you a little clarity, Joel?
Yeah, I'm good. Good job, Stephanie.
Any other comments or questions in regards to section E there? Okay, go ahead.
Next section is on the memorandum of understanding. When I was here before, there was some discussion about whether or not we wanted to put a high value on partnerships or whether we wanted to put a high value on experience. And so this grant program that I've got here has both. The first is the memorandum of understanding, which would address partnerships. And the second is the letter of experience, which would address any experience requirements. So the MOU, it's a single document. All partners and collaborators would sign on to saying, this is how everybody's going to contribute to this project. And the letter of experience is either the applicant or one of their partner, the applicant's itself's history of effective interventions. And I've got those weighted as the same. So if you have both experience and partnerships, it's going to be a significant benefit.
Any questions or comments in regards to this section? Joel?
So we're looking at the memorandum of understanding as a whole? Do I understand that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Point for discussion on item 3C. How will the lead applicant perform regular evaluations of the partnership to ensure, and then there were some things that were missed.
So are you looking at the appendix on that?
I'm looking on page 11.
Page 11.
And I think something was omitted, so I filled it in. On 3C, how the lead applicant will perform regular evaluations of the partnership to monitor participation and performance. 3C,
I think you might.
under memorandum of understanding, item F.
Yeah. Appendix C. It's not page 11.
3C.
3. Okay, I'm down.
So on our
Got
copy,
it.
it said, let me read you what our copy says, Stephanie.
Yep, I think I
and
found it.
It's not correct. How the lead applicant will perform regular evaluations of the partnership to ensure, and then it's blank.
You are right. I deleted something.
And I just filled it in with to monitor participation and performance. You know, you have to have at least one of those for every document, just so people feel like they've made a difference.
Okay, any other questions or comments in regards to this section? Kathleen?
Stay right there. Under contents number 2, could you clarify what that would mean, how they would do that?
There is if you look at I believe it's Appendix C, there's a sample of what that memorandum of understanding might look like. It actually has all these specific questions, so you've got your name and contact people, your history of the relationships, the roles and activities for all the work. So all of that would be, this is provides an outline of what a memorandum of understanding would look like.
Does that clarify it for you, Kathleen? Any other questions or comments in regards to this section? Okay, go ahead, Stephanie.
On to the letter of experience, and again, it's very similar. Some of the differences, though, it's a limit of 2 pages because we're only talking about one entity. Tell us about your particular experience, and then what the questions are. And again, there's a template letter of experience in the appendix. It's Appendix D.
Any questions or comments in regards to letter of experience? And I apologize if I'm trying to be efficient and go fast. If I'm going too fast, please raise your hand and slow me down. Just we are trying to be efficient in this, but we do want to make sure everybody's heard. Victoria?
Yes, could you go back up to the top G, letter of experience? Oh, okay, I just needed to see that up. I'm good, thank you.
I do have one thing on here, this was brought up by Mr. Clark, that there is an Oregon statute that requires the city to issue development permits for emergency shelters when certain criteria are met, and one of those is that there has to be at least 2 years of experience in operating a shelter by a local housing authority, religious corporation, or public benefit corporation that's been tax exempt for 3 years, or a nonprofit that partners with one of those entities. Is that a condition we also want to tie in here, that they need to demonstrate that level of experience, or do we want to leave it more broad where they can explain their experience in any area that relates to this topic, and it's up to us to determine whether that meets the city's needs?
Rob and then Joel?
Well, if you follow the letter of the law, so to speak, essentially, around here, everyone except Rogue Retreat would be excluded.
Right,
So
and that's one of the concerns. And the other, we could also provide additional points. If you meet that statutory criteria, you get this many points. If you don't quite meet that, but you have other relevant experience, you get this many points. We can do it that way as well.
Joel?
I would like to keep it a wide net rather than a narrow net, just to encourage people to apply. And also then, we've already got some evaluation criteria to evaluate it, so I think we're good with not including that, though that is a valid point. And hopefully that those that can comply with that would demonstrate that in their letter of experience.
Right. Well, and the other piece too is, in order to get a development permit, you're going to have to meet the laws. So if you're developing something, you still need to meet that criteria. Other things on the letter of experience. One of the questions came up about weight, and as of right now, the letter of experience and the MOU are weighted at 10 points apiece out of the 100 total points. Do we want either or both of those weighted any higher? Makes them worth 10% each, 20% as a whole.
I don't see any feedback, so
Okay.
it looks like.
Leave
We're
them as
almost
is
to
for
that,
now.
we're almost to that
Yep.
page, but we're not there yet.
Okay.
If we turn the page, then we get to the chart.
The last piece is we would require a risk evaluation. This is not points-based, there's no points given for it, but what it will help us do is, A, we can disqualify applicants if they're too risky, and B, if some of the risks are something that can be mitigated by adding conditions to a grant agreement, it allows us to determine what those are to ensure proper usage of funds. So that's why there's no points, but it gives us a lot of good information. And that is Appendix E, is the risk assessment questionnaire. Any questions, comments on the risk evaluation?
Kathleen?
What would be an example of a high risk?
An entity that doesn't actually have any kind of, they're using an Excel spreadsheet for their tracking. They're not, and have hard time with internal controls. They don't have multiple hands on transactions. So if one person is approving expenditures, writing checks, and balancing the checkbook, that's a big red flag.
Any further comments or questions in regards to risk evaluation? Okay.
All right, then selection and award. We've got the process, so once we get that hit that deadline, anything that we've received will be reviewed and scored. It's anticipated that based on the timelines, that would take place on July 21st. So the applications would be due on the 18th. By the end of the day, they would be looked at on the 21st. And then the average panel scores would be used to rank those applications for the recommendation to City Council.
Looks like I had a question from Eric and then Victoria.
My question is, it says it's going to be scored through city staff. What is that going to consist of? And then will council have leeway in ranking those applicants?
That's not how it's usually handled with an RFP. It's an administrative process that's handled through city staff. It's not a policy level decision. The way it would work is it's designed to be as objective as possible. That's where the points come in. That's where having multiple eyes on it to be able to put those scores in place, and then it's the average of those that would determine where the ranking is. And then the top, if there's a clear recommendation, that would come to you. If there's a couple that are like right there neck and neck, maybe both come to you for a decision. But the scoring itself would be done by city staff.
I got Victoria and then Joel and then Rick.
Yeah, that was my question as well. I didn't, it seemed like maybe we would want to have 1 or 2 representatives from council to be on the scoring. That, when I was reading through this, that's what I was thinking. So I don't know if that's a possibility.
The way I understand what Stephanie is saying is that this document has a lot of parameters within it, and so staff will take the legwork to go through the applications and submitted documents parsed underneath the lens of what the parameters of this grant program, doing the scoring, and then, like she said, presenting us with candidates that were high. That's the way I'm understanding it.
And that's where having council tell us what gets more weight than other areas will play in, is you set the policy of, we want to consider these factors more highly than those factors, and then we'll bring you the ones that meet your parameters.
I got Joel, and first, does that clarify? Joel and then Rick.
So I view it very much like it's a decision, RFP, who gets awarded it. The decision who gets hired is actually the city manager's responsibility, staff's responsibility. But during that process, council was involved, like with the hiring of the chief of police or the fire chief, as a courtesy and to promote understanding and understand what with your hire. And the same thing happened.
The grant agreement itself would come back to you. You would have to approve anything at the end. It's
Well, I
just
understand
who
that.
brings you the scoring and tells you, like with any of the directors here, it came to you to say, this is our highest, this is the person we recommend.
I understand that, and I understand the resistance to that. The analogy in hiring people, though, we did have some council folks that were present. I wasn't one of them. But at a minimum, to observe the process, if nothing else, and to understand what went on. And that is, it has been done before, and it doesn't usurp the role of the staff to do that.
So do you play into that question, or do you have a different question, Rick? Okay, Rick's going to play into that, and then we'll discuss it a little bit more.
I agree with Joel that I think some form of council representation at the scoring meeting should be there. Even if the council members don't have the ability to score, they would hear the input that's being made by staff or the members that are doing the scoring and have that interaction, which I think is essential. So whether they would be actually scoring members or just observers, I think I would be in favor of that. And I think Joel would be interesting to hear what everybody else thinks. Thank you.
Seth?
Yeah, I guess I'd be in favor of that too, but I was curious if the staff is scoring and let's say there's 10 applicants and then they score and they say, oh, here's the top 3. Is that all that council is going to see, or do we get to see all 10 and then it's just in order from top pick down?
Generally, you would only see what's recommended for you to approve funding for.
Okay, but can we see? I mean, I don't know, I understand, but I think just for full transparency, it'd be nice to, obviously there's recommendations from staff based on the scoring,
Right.
but being able to just look through all applications would be nice.
It would be a public record. So it's not something that you don't have access to. It's just not what would be presented to you in a public forum like this.
Okay, yeah, okay.
And then I guess just for clarity's sake, because words kind of matter, it's not necessarily the recommendation of staff, it's basically the staff utilizing the grant parameters to rank the applicants. So not necessarily the word recommendation, I think, should be used, but it's more of meeting the criteria of the grant. Rick, and then Indra, and then Victoria.
So Stephanie, if we don't have council members as part of that committee, do council members still have the ability to sit in and listen?
I guess that's going to be up to the discretion of council if they decide that.
I've never seen that before, but again, it's council's directive here.
Indra, you have questions to weigh in on this? Because I want to make a decision. Okay, perfect. Go ahead, and then we got Victoria and then Kathleen.
Can you explain what the panel scoring process actually looks like? So do we know how many? Did they discuss it all and come to points?
I've been involved in grant reviews before. I did a couple for OJP when I was back in Minnesota, and the way it would work is everybody would get a full copy of the applications and get a scoring sheet for each and go through and initially score them. And then you would have a meeting where you would go and talk through each one. And sometimes you change your score after hearing other perspectives on things. And then your final sheet is what then is used to develop that average. So that's what I would envision.
Victoria and then Kathleen.
Yeah, it seems like there's a lot of interest to have one or more, probably more than two would be too many, but one or two counselors to be in a observance or voting, I don't know. So I think that we probably should move in that direction.
Kathleen and then Rob.
That's what I'm in favor too.
Rob?
Well, if it's observance, there's no reason why 4 or less couldn't be an observance. Especially if there's not going to be any input from council, it doesn't slow down the process and more people get to see it. If there's going to be participation, then it should probably be 1 or 2. I could just say as far as participation goes, when we hired the 2 city attorneys back, council had 2 representatives, full active representatives at that table. I felt that process went really well. Council was a co-equal with council members, the 2 council members were co-equals with the staff members. And in the discussion, as Stephanie just mentioned, in the discussion afterwards, I can't remember the detail at all, but there was something that I remember one person brought up, and other people, the light bulb kind of went on, and people did change their scores based on one of the things that a counselor brought up in that situation. And it is a perspective that's kind of outside of the, trying not to be disparaging, but outside of staff groupthink, because that can happen, staff groupthink. So you've got a perspective that is more of the public representative. I'm okay either way, but like I say, it should be, if council wants to be there, then 4 or less should be allowed to be there. There's no maybe about that. And if we want to participate, it would probably be, I would probably say pick a number of 2. But either way, I'm okay with that.
Aaron, you want to weigh in on that?
So we can move on. One of the recommendations after hearing what I'm hearing the interest in council is I just recommend appointing 2 to be part of the criteria ranking process. We'll move forward and we can move on with the discussion.
So you have a couple recommendations, not to disclude anybody, but basically recommendation of 2 staff, council members to participate in the ranking process, or 4 council members, up to 4 council members that could observe only. So I would be looking for a recommendation. Rob?
I'll go 2 active members.
Okay, so we have a recommendation of having 2 active members of council participate in the ranking section. Thumbs up. Oh, sorry. Go ahead, Joel. Sorry.
So I was just thinking, in bargaining, there's interest, right? Interest-based bargaining. And the staff has the interest of, the chief appropriately has public safety as his interest, his primary interest. Brad has his interest, his professional interest of his staff job. The elected officials, their interest if you wanted to be really crass about it, is to get reelected, which I'm not sure that's true. But I mean, I'm not sure who would want to be reelected, but supposedly they're supposed to represent the best of the community interest, and that's their interest. And it's not to say that staff couldn't do that, because they do that, and they do it very well. So I think we need to consider that interest that each party brings to the table from their position. And I'm okay with either one, to be honest with you.
Thanks for your comments, Joel. Anybody else? Okay, so at this time, we have a recommendation of 2 participating council members participating in the ranking session. Thumbs up? Looks like that is good, so if we could add that, that would be great.
I have a
And
comment
then-
off to the side to reframe that.
Okay, thank you.
All right.
Give it back to you.
Then now we're on to the review criteria and the scoring. I would recommend that we stick with the 100 total, just because it's easier to know what's weighted higher than others if it's based on 100. But if we can just talk about what percentages we should give each of these areas, if there's anything you want to change, we can do that.
Okay, in regards to changing the weighted for each different section, hopefully keeping the total down to 100. Joel and then Rob.
And this does not take your statement into account, so please participate. One of the things that I thought was the project need, we've already kind of delineated that with what the cities need for and why they're putting it out there. And that would be easy for me as to almost regurgitate that. And yet we gave it 10 points, and I would reduce that to 5, because we kind of helped them out with that quite a bit. And then the letter of experience, which I think is the most important, I would increase up to 25, and that goes over 100. So I would then adjust it accordingly across the board.
We can figure out the numbers once we know what we want to weight a little higher or lower than what we currently have.
And that's just my thoughts. I have no magic.
Rob?
Yeah, I pretty much agree with what Joel said. To me, the project need, I think half the people in Grants Pass could probably write that section at this point, or close to it. And as far as letter of experience goes, if somehow, I don't think it's going to happen, if somehow Rogue Retreat were to submit an application, we'd be really lucky because they have a lot of experience, more experience than anybody in this room, more experience than anybody in Grants Pass. And to weight that only as 10, I think is really is foolish. So if somehow we have people with a lot of experience, I think that should be weighted much more heavily than it is. And I would agree with Joel that, probably at least 20 there. Again, I don't know that we're going to get anybody that's got significant more experience than others. I mean, but if we did, I think that should really be important to us.
Victoria?
I would be all right with letter of experience going up to maybe 15, but I also think that there is I think that our community and what's coming out of this community is going to be important, and that's going to be different from what's coming out of the Rogue Valley. So I don't think that just saying that, oh, Rogue Retreat has experience, therefore they would have 25 points would be a good way to choose who we would award this to. So I do agree it should have more points, but certainly not 25. So I would be in favor of increasing it to project need down to 5 and letter of experience up to 15, and then that makes it a nice clean still 100.
Yeah.
Joel?
The other thing I would encourage all of us to do is not to think of any particular entity at this point in time to rank. I would just think of looking at the experience levels and the different things here, what would be the best objective criteria to use regardless of who applies, and not slant it towards one applicant or another.
Indra?
I agree that experience, I think, should be weighted a little more because, I don't know, when you're in business and you're hiring, you look for people who have experience, which experience is weighted as much as years sometimes. So I think that's important. And then I'm going to advocate for project need to at least stay up there because I don't see how you can do your activities and operations until you know what you have out there. And I think it'll be interesting to see who has the accurate data on that. And I think that's important. So if we get an entity that's off on what's really out there, we really have not seen any data. And without the data, we can assume, but you hear all kinds of different things. You assume how many are drug addicted, then you hear there's families, then there's seniors, then there's people with disabilities. We really haven't seen any data on it or any kind of reports. It's all just assumptions. And so I don't see how you can even write what you're going to do until you have that. So I think that's really important.
Okay, so I don't see anybody else jumping in. So at this moment in time, we have a recommendation to drop project need by 5 points and add to letter of experience. If you just move the 5 to the letter of experience, that's 5 and 15, that keeps you 100. Is there any other section 2 through the rest of them that you would like to decrease points?
I think
Or just do a swap of the 5 points, I guess is what I'm trying to
right.
get at.
You can swap for the 5 points. This may be, the impact may be an area where you could also lose 5 points because this is just projecting. This is what we think is going to happen primarily. So it might not be, maybe giving that a little bit less weight if you want another 5 points to play with. There's also the outputs, which is only 2 questions, and it's a little bit, it's how you're going to collect and how it's different. Maybe that is worth a fewer points as well. Those are a couple of areas you could reduce points on, or your budget narrative. I wouldn't touch, unless you're increasing, I wouldn't touch the activities and operations. But any of these 3 might be areas where you could reduce by 5.
Indra, and then Rob?
Then I would vote to keep project need at 10 and reduce, I think, impact by 5.
Rob, did you want to weigh in? I didn't know if your hand was up here.
No, I'm sorry. So I agree with Indra.
Okay, so second recommendation is to leave project need as 10 points and drop impact to 5 points, adding it to letter of experience. So council's opinion on keeping project need at 10 points. Thumbs up? Okay, project need stays at that, activities, operations stays, output stays, decreasing impact to 5 points. Thumbs up? Looks okay, majority, and that gives you still within the
Yep, I just
100
accidentally
points?
scrolled up here.
Okay,
There we go.
okay. Any further
Okay.
discussion? Indra?
Was that 100? Didn't we talk about increasing the experience, or was that not part
No,
of it?
your experience got increased. Basically, you're just moving
Oh, I
the 5
didn't hear
points
you
for
say
impact.
that. Okay.
Yeah, because we kind of wanted to stick at the 100 mark, so.
Right, I didn't hear you say that.
Okay,
Thank
that's
you.
okay.
Anything else on this section?
Okay, seeing none, go ahead.
And then the next section talks about the process then, once we have those high-scoring applications, then a draft grant agreement with the project-specific parameters would go out for their review. We already talked about the timeline on that. So unless you've got anything additional in that area, I'll move on. Okay.
I'm sorry, what areas are we talking about?
The agreement or proposed revisions to the grant agreement,
Okay.
section C, what is that, 5C?
I have something in D.
Okay. All right, then 5D, that is the recommendation that comes out of that scoring process, would be presented to the council on or after the August 6th. That kind of depends on if we end up having to go into contract negotiations, if we have to do a workshop where we're talking about things like that, it may get delayed, but the goal would be to have that on August 6th.
Joel?
So I was wondering, how wide is the net going to be cast to solicit for applications?
As wide as we can.
Great. And I'd also encourage local nonprofits to apply.
So that brings a question. Do you want this net to go national? I mean, that's a question, because if you're putting it wide, that means you're putting it wide. I'm just trying to get clarification. I'm not trying to push you in any direction. You need to ask all the questions. Go ahead.
Oh, so I think there's several entities that are close by that can do a very good job, and I would encourage them to apply. And I also think it's to the citizens' benefit and the town's benefit that we cast as wide a net as possible.
Okay.
Because there's a lot of areas going on out there, and there's even some of the locals that have affiliations with national groups that provide funding. So I think that's good as well.
Okay, yeah, that's why I was asking the question. Any further discussion in Section D award? Rob?
Yeah, this just, we've already made an adjustment to this concept earlier, but the last sentence in, I'm sorry, not the last paragraph, the second paragraph, last sentence, the city may also negotiate the scope of the work and budget with applicants before or after making an award. So to me, once we've made the award, you can't pull the rug out from somebody and say that we're going to renegotiate. So, you know, that's just not fair to the operator. So I can see, you know, before the award is granted, we can make an adjustment, but after, that just doesn't seem like it's reasonable at all.
After, it would generally depend on a couple of things. One is, are they in compliance with what they said they're going to do? Because then we really should be able to renegotiate the scope of work and budget. If they're not meeting timelines or parameters, we should be able to do that.
That's a whole different section.
It is, and we can move that there. But also, if they come to us and say, we want to change things around because we're seeing where this path is going and we think we need to shift and adjust and we want to work with you on that, that would also give us the ability to do that.
So that it would need to be added unless mutually agreed on.
Okay.
All right, any further questions or comments in regards to Section D? Okay, go ahead. Stephanie.
Okay. We've got our post-award requirements and administration. This is where I talked about the civil rights and accessibility law, and that they're required to be in compliance. That'll also be in the grant agreement, that compliance with state and federal laws. So any questions or comments on that section?
Rob?
In the parentheses, subject to an exemption for certain faith-based organizations, could you describe what that means?
It's in federal law. It's explicit provisions. I'm not familiar with those. I just know that they exist.
Any further discussion or questions in regards to Section A? No, go ahead.
All right, then we've got our reporting requirements. Again, this would be individualized based on what the proposal is asking for, so we're not going to commit to quarterly, semi-annually, whatever it is, as part of the actual proposal itself. That would be something that would be determined later, but there would be reporting requirements for any grant recipient.
Any questions in regards to reporting requirements? Indra?
So when and how would we discuss with the award recipient the timeline or the milestones? Are you saying that would become?
That would be in the grant agreement draft that they would get. We would say this is what we would, if they want to say, no, we think it should be different, they can come back to us with that. But we would say, okay, based on this and given our experience with different grant programs, this would be a reasonable timeline for reporting.
Any further questions or comments? Okay, go ahead.
Okay. All right, then the last piece of the actual proposal itself is remedies for noncompliance and termination. And I noticed that I did omit the component about the paying back piece. It was in my head and it apparently didn't make it to paper, so I will make sure that that gets incorporated. But otherwise, questions, comments on this section?
Rob and then Joel?
Well, as I was saying to Clint earlier, this is completely different than prior agreements with other organizations. In those situations, basically, we were holding the property as a lien. We had a lien on the property. And if the organization, like Mint is the most recent one that comes to mind, if Mint fulfilled their obligation for 10 years, then our lien was removed and they kept the property. But if they didn't, if they defaulted within 10 years, then we would get the property back. That was our collateral on the grant that we were giving them. This has no provision like that at all. I don't see any way that the public's, the taxpayer dollars are protected at all here.
That would be part of the grant, the individualized grant agreement. It's not spelled out because we don't know what they're asking money for. If they're asking for purchase of real property, absolutely, those would be in the grant agreement. If they're asking for funding for something else, we may have different parameters, but it's not something we can necessarily spell out immediately unless you want us to go down the road of, if you're asking for money for this, then you're going to have to agree to these things. If you're asking money for that, you have to agree to these things as part of your grant agreement.
So let's assume it wasn't a piece of real property that they're asking the money for. What kind of collateral do we have for other things? They spent the money, it's gone, right? They default for some reason, or maybe they're so good at their job that we don't need them anymore after 5 years. Anything could happen, but how are the taxpayer dollars protected here if it's not a piece of real property that we can hold as collateral?
A, it becomes a loan, which makes it payable back to the city. But B, whatever they're asking for money for, we can come up with something that will hopefully protect the taxpayers on that. It's just, I don't want to lock us into only certain things can be applied for unless that's the route council wants to go. I want us to be able to say, whatever you propose, we're going to send you a draft. That's why we have the week built in for the draft grant agreement. That's not normal. Normally you would agree to it and then you get your grant agreement later after you've already been awarded the funds. This is saying we want to talk about those terms of the grant agreement, which will include some of those protections. We want to make sure that you're on board with those before we agree to give you the money. Because if you're not in agreement with them, we're going to move on to the next applicant.
I guess I just making a comment. What really concerns me here is, especially if we have a new organization, a new nonprofit, a new group of people that are trying to work together for the first time, the possibility of that group, infighting, resentment, whatever it is, the possibilities are much, much higher than with an experienced group that may, that have already have some kind of track record. But my point is, I'm just going to pick a hypothetical figure. $1 million to a brand new organization, to me, is concerning. And I know that if I personally were lending the money, I'd have to have collateral that was really ironclad, because, and that's the way I try to treat taxpayer dollars too, because it just doesn't, it's very concerning to me that there wouldn't necessarily be ironclad collateral.
So we do have to address that, Rob. I actually read the grant agreement for Mint, and it did say if you didn't meet the parameters that you had to pay it back with, I think it was 5 to 6% interest. It was written right in that.
And there's also.
That's the one I read, and that's public record. So
I've also
unless it was
seen
different.
ones too that say that if the services fall through, then the city has first right of refusal to purchase the property for $1. So
You could put that in there too.
Things,
but
things
you-
like that
I
are
think
we can put in.
The difference between this one and the one that you were discussing is that was specifically tailored towards a piece of property. You guys have kind of peeled this one back a little bit, and it's a little bit broader than just a piece of property. So, I mean, you
Yeah,
could
I
you could write
understand.
some stuff in
When
there
you
with that.
talk about the Mint grant, and they'd have to pay it back, specifically, though, they have to pay it back, and if they didn't have any money in the bank, which could be a reason that somebody
Yeah.
goes belly up,
Yeah.
we still had the collateral of the property. That's the point I'm making. There was
No,
hard-
no, and I
there was
completely
hard
understand
collateral
that. If you can tie that to this, but you guys have made this a little bit broader, so it's not specifically about one piece of property, it's actually defined as capital.
Yep, and we can try to craft something that will do that in whatever the circumstances are. And based on this discussion, I just added a sentence under the agreement or proposed grant agreement section that says grant agreements will include provisions that ensure protection of the city's investment. To put everybody on notice that we're going to try to find a way to make sure that we have some protection on that.
Go ahead, Rob.
So a section that, or discussion that hasn't been covered yet at all, and I need to know what the vision is here. If someone applies for the grant, they receive a grant, let's just say they're going to use it for a piece of property. Is council okay with having absolutely providing zero direction for where that piece of property would be? Are we completely giving up our oversight on where the property would be? And because I see nothing addressing that here.
The direction that council took in entertaining a grant was to facilitate funding. That's it.
I understand, council didn't really take much direction facilitating the grant. That was actually staff. We agreed to sit down and have this discussion today.
That's what we're
That's
doing.
where we're at. We're having the discussion today, okay? And the point I'm making is that we, as a council, are we knowingly giving up any oversight as to where the location would be? And that's the question I have.
That's a question, okay.
Can I respond to that briefly?
Go ahead.
That is to some extent addressed with their narrative response up in the impact section, where they're supposed to tell us what community they're going to be in and how they're going to work with that community to minimize impacts. So based on their response to that particular question, we'll have a vision of where they're looking at locating.
Well, that's
And be
a
able to
nice
weight that.
thought, but if they don't have the property yet, and it's not like property grows on, it's not like we have infinite choices here. You know, there's the possibility that it could be anywhere, and unless they're eyeing a piece of property right now that doesn't get sold out from under them beforehand. So that's not much protection, quite frankly,
okay,
as
we
far as
can-
their location.
I could also put something
It's
like.
virtually zero protection as far as location. So I'm just, again, the public is going to want to know where this thing is going to be and who's going to decide and all that stuff. And I just want to make it clear that so far, we are completely giving up any oversight as to where it might be. And I'm not sure how I feel about that.
So currently, right now, what oversight you have is just what we have on the books, and that's basically a zoning, where they could find a piece of property that's in commercial, general commercial, industrial, or business park, is in essence, so it's a very broad net. If council desires to have more say or input, maybe you'd want to put additional criteria on, well, it needs to be 1,000 feet from this, or 500 feet from this, or it needs to meet those parameters. If you want to be more specific, we can have those type of discussions. It will complicate things, I think, from a standpoint if they come to you with a piece of property and then you have to approve that property without any specific criteria. That would be, and I'm trying to figure out how we would potentially navigate that. But if you had specific criteria in advance, letting them know where they can search for property above and beyond maybe the zoning, that could potentially help alleviate some of that.
My main point in bringing this up is I want to make it very clear to the council that we'd be giving up all, unless we have a situation where they have to come back and get approved for a piece of property, that council is giving up all control over where this might be. And we're going to hear about it at some point from the public, but that's the way this right now is written. Another concern that I have that we touched on it earlier as far as size. I don't know that we have a maximum size piece of property or a maximum number of people to be served. So for instance, again, complete hypothetical. Let's just say that we award a grant to somebody that wants to apply that grant to either a lease or a purchase of a 7.8 acre piece of property. There's nothing to stop that, and there's also nothing to stop that particular project from growing into something along the line in the future of having 500 people on it. So, you know, to me, there's probably, I don't know, actually, it's a good question. Is there a best practices for this kind of thing as far as how many square feet per person is appropriate? Is there best practices? I don't know the answer to that. I know at Rogue Retreat, it's not clear, it depends on who you ask, but they right now apparently have about, some people say 1.6, some people say 1.8 acres for roughly 160 people. And that includes the group building where they serve food and have classes and so on and so forth. But the point is that are we just going to give a grant to somebody that could potentially invest in a very large piece of property that could turn into a spot for many hundreds of people? Is that the vision that the Grants Pass people want? Is that the vision that the council wants? It's not the vision that I want personally so far, even though we haven't heard from the public on it yet, but it's not the vision I want. So I don't see any protections in there to prevent someone from necessarily, when they go to choose a piece of property, choosing a very large piece that could end up to be a very, very large kind of, if you build it, they will come, national attraction. That's not what I'm looking for. So I'd like to see some protection in there. And again, maybe there's a best practices for a number of square feet per person. If we're looking to serve 150 or so people, maybe that translates into a roughly, you know, an acre and a half or 2 acre property. But I'd like to see some way that being addressed here. That way we have some say over how large this thing could end up.
There's a whole section in this grant for the operation of this
And that's something we can.
criteria, right?
There is. And we can, in the grant agreement, we can put restrictions. We can say, we will give you this funding, but your capacity can't exceed X. I'm leery of recommending doing that because in 3 years, if our homeless population explodes for whatever reason, then we have a cap and we don't have a facility that can meet it. And again, the burden's going to fall on the city. So I'm leery of limiting the possibility for expansion down the road, but we can also try to find ways to keep it fairly narrowly tailored to meet the city's needs without the city funding a planned above and beyond.
I completely, I've thought about it from that perspective, and I understand what you're saying. And it's a valid point. I think my point is really valid also, because when we heard talk, even though it wasn't even publicly, you know, the information wasn't publicly disseminated particularly, but when there was rumor that there could be a 500-person 7 acre spot, the public didn't want that, and I don't want that. So my concern is that we could invest in something that is just very inviting and not sure who's going to be in control of this operation 2 or 3 or 5 years from now, not sure if they're going to be really active and willing participants in the homeless industrial complex and would love to increase the size of their footprint and their effect. You know, that all could happen. There's no doubt that that all could happen. So we need to address that. And if we don't address it, so far it's not addressed. And if we don't address it, then the public is basically at the mercy of whoever's in control of this thing in 5 years. Because the people that we see as front people now on this, they may be long gone in 3 to 5 years. It may be their organization, but the initial people could be long gone, and they may have a completely different vision on what an appropriate homeless facility for Grants Pass looks like than what this council or even a future council believes. So I'm really concerned with that. We need to address it in some way.
I got Joel, Kathleen, and then Victoria.
Well, I had a different subject that we probably should resolve Rob's question first, and I didn't want to confuse the issue. I thought, is there anywhere in there where it has to be within the city limits at a minimum? Aaron talked about different zoning.
I believe it's referenced at one, within the urban growth boundary, I believe is in here. If not, it was supposed to be, but I know that was something that we caught earlier.
Okay, so I didn't see it, but I didn't see everything.
Yep, it's applicant eligibility. Any proposed homeless services must be located inside the Grants Pass urban growth boundary.
There we go. Good for you. Okay.
I got Kathleen and Victoria.
So my concern was that for the public that's in doubt of this grant process, that we highlight the remedies for noncompliance somehow, just so that they know there's, they're going to be, there's stipulations, and I don't know if you can separate that out or anything, but that would be important to me.
We do have that section in here about what happens, and I'll add in the piece that we talked about if you don't meet the parameters, we can also basically recall our grant funding, essentially turning into a loan. And anything else that we can think of that we want to be able to do at our discretion.
Victoria?
I think I like the idea of, you were talking about putting more language for the protections that Rob is talking about in way back up in, now I've forgotten the name of the section, but it was for, I think it was in their vision, in their initial narrative, was it? Or?
No, actually, if we're going to reference that we can put additional protections in, it would be here in section, 5C, where the agreement or proposed revisions to the grant agreement, just kind of laying out some of the things that the city may include in that grant agreement. I've got in here that grant agreements will include provisions that ensure protection of the city's investment. If you want to go any more in depth, this at least just puts in there that we're going to find some way to hopefully keep some hold on our funding.
Yeah, I think that would be the good place to put it there. And then I'd also, I guess I'd just like to, it's more of a comment, but we had a listening session, and we have another session planned in the future. And then Rob mentioned that when people heard about things, my overall point is that I do believe that the public has been letting us know about things that they do want and things that they do not want. So we have heard from the public. That was just my overall
And one thing to
point
keep in mind on that note too, my understanding is that next week's community forum is going to relate directly to this. I'm assuming that means I get to present this again. The council can have a discussion after that to incorporate any final feedback into one last draft as well. So this isn't the end-all be-all that we come up with today. You can take that feedback and make one last pass.
I think that's excellent.
Indra?
I agree with Rob about the location and size. So I think it does need to be in here, whether we do it with criteria or zoning. To me, that's really important, about that we have a say about where it could be, because I do not want it anywhere near downtown or our tourist corridor. So that's really important to me. And then size too, we are hearing some things from the public and they want the minimum size. And so that is a concern for me, that we're doing this grant if we do the grant and spend taxpayer dollars, they don't necessarily, and start a 10-year, 500-plus homeless camp going on. So I think we do need to specify a size for it, or a small range.
How about because we are coming back to this, maybe get the feedback next week. I will have, by the time we come back to look at another draft, I'll have some potential language to address these concerns, and you can choose whether to accept that or not. It's not one of those I think I want to write on the fly today, like I did a lot of the others.
So just to clarify, and just so we can address everything, is Rob's recommendation was for having council have some criteria on choosing the site. So if you could bring
Either
back
approval or criteria, or however we want to do it, and we can
So
come
you
back
can
to
work
it.
on some language for that to present in the next draft, and then as well as Indra's and Rob's comment in regards to maybe a max capacity, some kind of language in that too.
Sure.
Rob and then Indra?
Yeah. And maybe Stephanie, maybe there's some best practices as far as square foot per person. Maybe, if we look at 10 different facilities around the country, we have a better idea. I just know the one example of a similar size is the one in Medford. We could, get an idea exactly how much space it takes for their 160 that they've got over there now. But we might have more experience than the 8 of us that are sitting here now, because we don't really have any. So,
Indra?
I just wanted to comment on the inside the UBA. Is there any leeway that it could be adjacent, right? Because it seems like we talked about that once, and that might have been okay, that it was
The further out you
adjacent.
get, the more difficult it's going to be for access and accessibility. The further out away from services, the less favorable that's going to look for the city.
Right, but adjacent, like touching UBA,
That's not
seemed
really
like
within
that was
our,
okay.
then we don't have any jurisdiction over the space either.
Yeah, I think that it brings back to the chief's one comment too, is if it's not within the city bounds, then the sheriff's department would service, and
He
they don't
might
have the
like that.
resources. So this, just to reiterate, this is a good first draft. I think, this is kind of a building process. So with that regards, I would open any more suggestions for some tailoring before we move on to that. Joel and then Rob.
I applaud you for coming back to us with that. That's great. Under remedies, noncompliance termination, and this is just a contract thing.
Yes.
The city may impose conditions on any award to ensure the city's priorities are met and that the project's goals are achieved. Nowhere in this document are the city priorities or the project goals delineated. And so it's kind of, it's not clear what those are.
That would be the purpose section.
Well, what I was thinking is, and what you have following that is really good, because it talks about the terms and conditions of the award and this document. And that's, and legally, I'm not a lawyer, but legally, that would be more concrete in terms of what is a non-compliance. You have to, you have to cite where in the contract that you're non-compliant. And the goals and the, what was the other word?
The goals and priorities.
Yeah, priorities, they're not in the document. And so, really, I couldn't cite you saying, you're not achieving the city priorities, so I'm going to put you in non-compliance.
Well, the way you would read that, though, is, I can go back to my language in here. We impose conditions in order to make sure that our purpose is met.
Sure.
So it's the terms and conditions themselves that are what you can fail on, but those terms and conditions are there because we think they're necessary to ensure that we've got our needs.
And I have no disagreement with that. I was just thinking to make it really straightforward and that it's clear when they're in non-compliance that maybe those words should be changed, but I'll leave it to your discretion.
This is the critical part. The city may impose conditions on any award. The rest of that sentence is just the why we get to do that.
Yeah.
Rob?
Yeah, I just, maybe this comment is obvious to everyone, but I just wanted to say it regardless. While, you know, some of the most forward-facing people in our homeless service providers now, whether that be Julie Thomas or Jeremy Ford or Cassie Leach or whoever, their personality and strength of will and strength of personality may be and will likely be very important in the initial success of this project. I think that we have to make sure that we write a grant and contracts that have nothing to do with their personalities, because they, again, 3 to 5 to 8 years from now, they may not be involved at all. And whenever we're doing anything, whether it's employee compensation adjustment or whatever, it's got to be about positions. It can't be about personality. So however you feel about given personalities really needs to be put aside. And we have to do this as if it's kind of those positions are blind to us right now, because they could very well be different in a short period of time.
Thank you, Rob. So just to reiterate, this is our first draft. I do want to applaud you guys. You guys worked very, very well with this. I think you worked very well together. I'm just going to go right down the dais. Does anybody else have any other recommendations before we leave Stephanie? Rob?
No, thank you. We're good.
Rick?
Thank you, Stephanie.
Kathleen?
Thank you, that's good.
Joel?
Okay.
Eric?
Thank you, it's good.
Indra? Seth? Victoria?
Thank you.
Okay, and I apologize if I tried to rush you guys through, but I think we're just trying to be efficient. Hopefully everybody feels that they were heard.
They're already shutting
Stephanie,
the
do you
lights
have
off.
clear direction?
On the program itself, there's one more component to this that we still need to talk about, which is the funding, and I'm guessing this is going to be JC up here more than me.
Okay. All right, we'll leave JC to take it over.
And I'm going to skip that last slide because we've already got that decided, so.
Thank you.
So on the dais, you should have one of these. I believe there was a memo a few days ago too that went out that included this information. Let me show it for the screen for everybody at home watching. Here are our general fund contingency balances, as well as anything in LB projects. As you can see, I've gone through really quick, and once you make a more final decision, we will go back through and audit this more carefully. But this is an estimation of where we were about a week or two ago as far as the overall balance. And then you could see that there are funds in some of these projects that you potentially can't touch because they are restricted either by parks SECs, lodging tax, bikeways, URA. Some of the other ones are maybe self-imposed. So LB 6388, line number 19 is an example of you actually have imposed a resolution that any sales of property is supposed to go to affordable housing and that project. So ergo, I don't know if this necessarily qualifies as that funding opportunity, but you could, through other actions, change the funding and the purpose of those dollars. So just to give you the brief overview, that's how you read that document. I'd be happy to take any questions. Obviously, when you get all the way to the right, the unrestricted balance, there's not a lot of options out there for you to pull from.
This is to help to provide us parameters when it comes to the grant funding on how much you're going to be willing to grant, an up to amount or something along those lines. So we have a general understanding, and the participants have a general understanding of what kind of dollar figures we're talking about when it comes to the potential purchase or acquisition of a piece of property.
Do you guys need a second to look through this, or are you ready for questions? Oh, no, Rick's like, no, I'm ready. Okay, Rick and then Joel.
So JC, on item number 1, the general fund balance, if we look at subtracting funds out of that, where would that put us on our 25%?
That's a really good question. So any probably small dollar amount. We probably don't need to make a policy change, but if you're talking large dollar amounts, probably anything over $500,000, we would need to maybe have a future discussion of what that potential policy fund balance restriction or minimum balance would need to be, because we are right at the 25.54% for fiscal year 26 as far as putting the budget together.
Thank you.
Joel?
So one of the concerns I have, if we put a dollar amount in there, government is notorious, and if I was a contractor, whatever that dollar amount is, that's what I'd put it to, which is why it would be there. So it would be in the ballpark, but it may not be the efficiency that we would want if there's a limited number of applicants. And how we solve that, I don't know. When I look at what has happened in previous grants, what the city paid for land is maybe different than what private sector would have paid for it, or what the owner offered to sell it to us for. We've experienced that time over and over again. And how we solve that, I don't know if we put a range in there or do something that, because government is not really good at being a land management company and going back and forth to the interests of the citizens. So maybe a range is better than a...
So you can take this too, Joel, as I was just kind of trying to think about this. We just went through a grant process to try to write a grant. We're only at a first draft, a preliminary draft, if you want to say that. This is the second piece to the puzzle. If council feels that they need more time to digest this, if you want to get more, like you guys have set forth to do an informational gathering process through the community, you know, you could actually wait to make a decision after that. If you need more time to digest this, if come more questions, we could make this as an informational portion only at this point, but it's up to you guys at this point. So I just want to throw it out there. Go ahead, Joel.
So typically what I would do is to put it in the prospectus, not put it in the conditions of the grant. Right now we're paying what, $300,000, Aaron, for our unmanaged sites?
Yeah, 371 per year is what we have budgeted for this.
So 371, so it's got to be at least that amount, and if you look at 3 years worth, that's up to $1 million. So I would say, I'm just going to throw something out there, and then you folks can digest it or change it or reject it or whatever, but I'd say $500,000 to $1 million.
Rick?
So JC, maybe a solution to this, or potential solution, if you say 500,000 is available, and let's say the piece of property ends up being $2 million, do we or the applicant have the ability to negotiate a lease with intent to purchase? So we would only have to come up with the $500,000 for the first year, and then subsequent payments over time?
That's for you to decide. But normally what would happen is you'd say, we have this much money available, and we would give them that much money, and then they would have to come up with a different source for the additional funding. Or if council suddenly decided, you know what, in this particular project, we want to give extra money beyond what was requested, you can always amend your grant amounts too. But normally what would happen is you have a set amount, that's what they get, and there's additional funding elsewhere that would need to be acquired.
But would the additional funding have to be the full amount in cash, or could it just be time payments?
Again, up to you, however the council wants to set this up.
And ultimately, it would be really, you're relying on the applicant for the grant to determine all of that. It wouldn't be recommended that we start negotiating contracts or leases in conjunction with the applicant themselves. we're trying to make it as simple and easy as possible, so the less criteria, the less fingerprints that we have on the dissemination of that money, the easier it is for them to find a site, acquire a site, and move forward with negotiations.
So the applicant does have that ability, and therefore, they could make the project a go or no-go because of that.
Certainly.
Okay, thank you.
Rob?
Yeah, I think, so, you know, we've got, it's $371,000 a year and growing. Each year it's going to be more. So to me, it would kind of make sense to, I could see allocating 3 years worth of those, of that funds, roughly, what, $1,100,000 or something like that. And even if we had to borrow that money, it's only 2 years worth of interest we'd be paying, because we'd end up having to spend it on the no barrier camps anyway. So in any event, I would, to me, that's a comfortable figure for me, but everyone has to, all the other councilors have to decide that for themselves. So I would say 3 years worth of that 371, and however JC can get us that money at the lowest rate is what I'd be in favor of.
So there's a couple different ways to come at that. So you can do an interfund loan internally. So we have equipment replacement dollars that are pooled up for vehicles that we could potentially utilize. But there are some ORS rules that require us to pay back certain interest rates, basically what we're earning right now in the LGIP. So that would be a stipulation. We could also, with the new policy that I proposed, you could drop that below the 25%, but make a 5-year plan that you want to incrementally get back to that 25% in the future. So there's a couple different ways that you could go about that. It's more about the temperament of, are you okay with going underneath that 25%, because that potentially limits your options for potential other loans for large capital construction, specifically the water treatment plant right now. As you draw down the general fund balance, there are financing opportunities called full faith and credit that utilize the general fund's credit rating. And so if we're going to reduce the general fund balance, that potentially reduces our credit rating, depending on how far you want to go down.
Victoria? And then Joel?
So you said potentially, so I'm going to put out a scenario. So we're having to put out to get a loan for the water treatment plant. And let's say that we decided to go below the contingency. Would that prospective lender look at us and say, oh, I see you went below, but you're going to be back up in 2-3 years or whatever? So, I mean, do those kind of things happen, or is it just a cut and dry?
It's just part of the calculation. It's not 100% underneath 25 means that you score this on your credit rating. Now, your policy obviously is part of your score, what your actual balance is another part of your score, and so on and so forth. So again, we have had very good financial years as far as being over that fund balance and that policy. And so it just kind of proves that the actions that the council has made in the past have been financially sound. And the gold standard supposedly for the general fund is about 25%, which ensures a high credit rating.
And then a follow-up question, which between the two, the loan, whether it be going outside of the city or doing the departmental you talked about, or lowering the contingency, which would potentially be the least expensive for the city?
Neither. All of them are going to have an impact on something else, right? So if we take money out of the general fund, potentially you're looking at less usage of full faith and credit for the water treatment, which potentially means that we need to have an increased revenue on water rates to help cover that balance, because the requirement for full faith and credit is actually lower as far as the percentage of revenues you need to have above the 100% valuation of your debt service. And so again, it's one thing is going to daisy chain into another decision. So I can't necessarily say that this is the silver bullet.
Joel and then Kathleen?
So ARPA's listed there. What is the opportunity cost associated with ARPA? I can't remember where our last allocation was, because with the swimming pool, if we can keep within the existing framework and lower the cost significantly, I think it frees up some ARPA dollars.
Now, we already moved those back in January. The ARPA money in the pool is now with the radio tower for public safety.
Right, so what is the opportunity cost then for ARPA dollars today?
So all of those contracts are pretty much awarded. There may be like 50,000 left over from the closing out of some of the line items, but the two contracts for the infrastructure, which I'm going to blank on the companies.
So it's the radio system for the emergency services?
It was for emergency services,
Yeah,
correct.
okay. So this document then that lists ARPA, we need to cross that off, right?
Well, I'm just showing you that it is committed. So
committed,
that,
okay.
that column right there is committed, means there's contracts that you guys have signed with people to do certain things. If you want to change that, you potentially could, but it could come at another cost.
Sure, okay, I got you. I haven't studied that part of this, okay.
You're good.
I just saw it.
Kathleen and then Rick?
So, JC, I was wondering if we were to change some policy measures, how long would that take?
I could have probably the policy brought forward to you sooner rather than later. I would think you're going to want to determine the amount first that you're comfortable with, and then I will suggest a policy and or a plan to get you to where you want to go.
Okay, great.
JC, I think you already said our conversation here today could be premature because we don't know what the applicant is coming up with on the property and the dollar amount. So I wonder how much time we want to spend trying to come up with a solution when we don't know what the challenge is.
That's a good point, but letting the public know that only $500,000 versus $4 million is available is a significant project scope RFP as far as submittal.
Victoria and then Rob?
I think there's so many great points that you're bringing to us and very important for all the rest of the very important things for the city. I don't know if I would be comfortable deciding on where this would be coming from today, but I would love for you to maybe sum up some of the things that we've asked today that are possibilities, and then we could see that maybe in a memo or something, and then, yeah, that's what I would be in favor for.
Rob?
Yeah. So regardless of where the money is ultimately going to come from, which is a significant decision, do we as a council have an idea of what's a reasonable dollar amount to spur this project on? In other words, I don't know that $500,000. We've looked at enough property over the last 3 years to know that $500,000 doesn't buy us very much. We won't buy the operator very much. It's not going to be. We know that. So the question is, realistically, if the operator is going to need a 1 acre site, a 1.5 acre, 2 acre site, what might that cost? And are we interested in underwriting that amount? I think we need to discuss that. We're doing a lot of work here, as are a lot of other people in town on this issue. And if council comes up with, $500,000, that may not actually move the project along. So I think that's another consideration.
That's a good consideration for council to consider, and I think that the answer lies within council ultimately when it comes to the grant and the criteria you're establishing for the property. I'd link it to, as an analogy, buying a car. If you're wanting to purchase a car that will at least service 4 individuals, and you leave it at that, there's a lot of cars out there. But then if you start saying, well, the car can't have 4-wheel drive because we don't want to go off-road, can only be two-wheel drive, maybe all-wheel drive. We don't want a minivan, but we do want space to be able to have cargo for this, this, and this. Then the whittling down of a car, and you end up being, well, it needs to be this car or something like this car. And normally that's a lot more expensive than just a broad, we need space for 4 people. So the dollar amount and what we think we should be budgeting for has a direct relation to what your criteria and specifics. If you're going to narrow it down, the more narrow it is, I think the more you may need to look at from an acquisition of property. And because as we know, as from your experience, available properties are not plentiful when it comes to the 3 zoning areas that we have and trying to find a location. So you're very limited. So the more you limit with criteria, usually means you may be looking at more limiting, increasing the potential price to provide that flexibility to meet the criteria that you've established.
I think the one thing that I would add to what Aaron's saying, just to make it more of a simple comment, of you could make this RFP open-ended for any dollar amount that anybody wants to submit, and then that's just part of how the scoring goes too, as far as a consideration of can we even accomplish it financially based on what somebody's submitting.
Any further questions or comments? So you guys have been presented with a lot of information. You have the ability to set some parameters at this moment in time, or you can take this as an educational, informative session and digest this and come back at a different time. Just to reiterate that you guys have requested to send this out to the public to get public resources and public comments back. So maybe, you know, I'd be looking for council if you don't have any more questions or comments. If you guys wanted to do something, you know, if you don't want to make a decision right this moment in time, then that's fine. We can have some more questions back to JC and go forward or not. Seth?
Yeah, I don't really know if this is making a decision, but I like what JC just said about leaving it open-ended, because I don't know if we decide on a number right now, if that's really going to do the applicant much good. Kind of puts it in their hands as well. You know, we can score it based off that. I also think waiting until maybe after next week's forum and we get some more information from the public and feedback as well.
Sorry. Joel, I think I saw Joel's hand up. Sorry.
Joel, and then Rob.
Okay, so then, could we have economics as a variable to consider in ranking also? And include that in there, and so the more efficient they are, and I would put it, oh geez, I don't know how you want to do this. It could either be the amount of money or the efficiency of the money, and the efficiency is kind of hard to get at. Cost per person, I guess, or something like that.
I'll bring you one or more options back at our next discussion.
And that could be part of the evaluation criteria, and then we don't put a limit on it, and we can take a look at it and then pare it down. We may not get a whole lot of applicants, and so there may not be a whole lot of wiggle room if we want to embrace the contract, but we'll have to see. At least we can address that in that way and then leave it open-ended and see what we get.
Okay, sorry about that, guys. Rob?
Yeah, I think we mentioned this at either prior workshop or last meeting, that we were talking about capital help, and we were talking about operation going for the operator coming up with all the operational funding. So realistically, I think that anyone who's going to apply here so far by what we have generally put out to the public is going to be expecting that, or hoping that the council is going to come up with, or the city's going to come up with essentially enough for a piece of property. And they, you know, so far, just the general broad brushstrokes that are out there, anyone who's considering the operations was, I think, assuming that the property would be taken care of by council. So that's pretty much the, I think we kind of know the dollar amounts that we're talking about. And I guess, you know, leaving it completely open-ended, I don't know that that's helpful, quite frankly, and leaving it up to the operator to decide that. I don't know if that's, I think that we need to actually set a budget rather than, or at least have some parameters, some budgeting parameters, rather than leaving it open-ended. There's no possible way that, I shouldn't say there's no possible way, it's very unlikely that we're going to come up with $3 or $4 million for this project. I think that most of us were thinking of a reasonable sized piece of property that could probably be had for between $1 and $2 million. So leaving it completely open-ended, I don't think that that really serves anybody.
Yeah, just as a comment, like a lot of our construction contracts don't say it necessarily needs to be this range to this range. We kind of have an idea of what we're asking for when we put out and solicit RFPs, and then when they come in, we reevaluate if that's truly what we need to do or change the scope of that RFP later.
Rick and then Joel?
So, JC, do we have the ability to indicate, I want to say, a preference of what parameters we probably will be looking at? Or is that, I want to say, prejudice the process?
I think it all depends on, obviously, what Stephanie will help recommend, but at the same time, it's however far you want to go financially to help, for lack of a better term, help solve the issue that is at hand.
I just didn't know if it'd be helpful for the applicant if they knew ahead of time what we're looking for and what we can probably process easier. I don't know if the applicant is listening to our sessions to already pick up on that, or whether that's inappropriate.
In general, you're going to want to set a dollar amount. Say, we are making this amount available for funding requests. If at some point you decide, hey, we want to give a little extra, we'll find a way to make that happen down the road. But for ease of administration, for ease of application, setting that dollar amount puts everybody on the same playing field.
Thank you.
Joel?
So if I was to make a decision today, I would set it at approximately and up to $1 million. And I would also have a pre-bid conference, and I would also include an economic evaluation criteria so that the most efficient bid that meets our objectives is considered as part of the evaluation. And then I would put that in the prospectus, and I would also have a pre-bid conference where that's talked about very openly and straightforwardly. That's the way I would handle it.
Thank you, Joel. Indra?
Since we have time and don't have to make this decision now, and we want to hear from public, I'm just thinking we don't decide on that right now, as you suggested, Aaron. I mean, Clint, what's your name?
Thank you. So I'm going to put a couple things up here. There was a recommendation to put the grant forth with an open-ended amount and not state the amount on it. What is the council's preference in doing that? Thumbs down or thumbs up? Putting out a grant with no dollar amount in it. Thumbs down or thumbs up?
Comment?
Yeah, go ahead. I'm going to try to whittle this down a little bit.
So that would be okay with me if we have a pre-bid meeting where it's discussed and a prospectus perhaps where it's mentioned and an evaluation criteria for the economic part of it. Just by that alone, I'm not sure without those other factors that would be appropriate.
This isn't an RFP. We're not looking at pre-bid meetings, but we would be more than willing to take on questions and with applicants that are wanting to apply.
So it has been discussed about setting the grant forward with no dollar amount. Staff's kind of weighed in and said it's not necessarily the easiest process to do. I just want to get, you guys want to entertain that or say no? Thumbs down or thumbs up?
Are we including what Joel just said? I mean, I guess, yeah, I get that. I don't necessarily think it has to be that open-ended, but if there is some other criteria that comes along with it, yeah.
I'm just trying to whittle this down because we could go in circles and circles. If you guys aren't willing to make if you're not ready to make a decision on a dollar amount today, that's totally respectable. But we just need a little direction to kind of go that. There's been a couple ideas thrown out. I'm just going to try to I was trying to whittle them down. Rick?
I don't feel I'm ready to make a decision today. Thank you.
I just want to clarify, my comment of leaving it open-ended sounded like more towards the direction of giving you an opportunity to not necessarily pigeonhole yourself into a dollar amount and a specific project. Now, again, feel free to do with that information as you will. That was just a suggestion to help further discussion. But if you're specific on a dollar amount, that can obviously be done. And that's what we normally do with grants, is specific. So it all depends what you want your outcome to be.
Okay, and I apologize if I'm confusing you guys. I'm just trying to whittle this down a little bit. Rob and then Victoria.
So JC, when you say, about, pigeonholing us down and having limits, that, is kind of what the whole idea of the grant is to do that. In other words, we're going to give up our control over so many different issues. We're basically in a situation where we're not going to decide, or we're going to potentially leave a lot of decisions up to the operator. And so we don't really want to have decisions down the line. That's not really what we're trying to do, particularly with possibly oversight of maybe location or whatever. So to me, to me, it's just something I can easily wrap my head around. We're paying $371 a year right now for these camps. To me, it kind of, I could easily justify 3 years worth of that as the grant amount, which is roughly $1,100,000, and it's be a little more than that. But that's kind of just the way I'm thinking of it, is we're going to be spending the money anyway. So we know we're spending $371, and we're probably, in the next 3 years, it's going to be probably $1.2 million. So I just as soon make it that amount, but maybe other people have different thoughts.
Thank you, Rob. Victoria?
Well, first of all, I think I'm not ready either to make a decision today on that. However, Rob mentioned earlier, or maybe it was Aaron, or a combination of both, there are only so many pieces of property that are available for this specific project, and so that really does help to define what the amount should be, but I don't know what that amount should be. And so I wouldn't want to limit us today by saying that we are going to, where the funding is going to come from. I'd love to see information from JC on that. And I would also like to not limit us on the cap amount, and also keeping in mind what Stephanie said, and it's probably a good idea to make sure that we do have an amount. So for all of those reasons, I wouldn't really be in favor of it. I mean, I think it's a great discussion today, because now we know this, and this are kind of our buffet of options, but I wouldn't want to limit it today.
Any further questions, Seth?
Just a comment. Yeah, same boat. I don't really want to make a decision today, and maybe take feedback from next week's forum.
Okay, so we do have a couple suggestions for pricing, and we have at least 3 counselors that are saying that they're not ready to make a decision. So let's just put it this. Are you guys ready to make a decision today? Thumbs up or thumbs down? Thumbs down. Okay, so we will take this as an informational session, and if you have any questions in the time being, I would direct them towards Aaron or JC in regards to funding or coming up with those parameters. And I thank you very much for that. Thank you, JC. Thank you, my brain is, and I apologize for ducking out on you. I've got a kid that's going to college and he needs an immunization, and my wife's telling me I got to take him to the Josephine County Health Department, and it closes, but it doesn't close till 5, so I still got time. So we're going to go into agenda review. Bring it to council. Do you? Yeah. So we have agenda review. Anybody want to, questions, comments? Indra?
Oh, yes. So on the June 9th Homeless Solutions Competitive Grant Program Forum, so this was the thing that was supposed to be open for public engagement. And as I spoke at the last agenda setting meeting, I guess nothing changed, but that is not what I envisioned and not what I thought the majority of council directed city manager to do. I envisioned, yes, some councilors are gung-ho for the grant program, some are neutral, some, are leaning another way, but I don't see that this is the only option to us. And it was my understanding when we directed Aaron that it would be open to to just give information on what the council has been doing, what we're doing, not just on the grant program. So I was really surprised to see that the forum was all about this grant program, because that has come up fairly recently. And for months, we've been talking about other things. And so I envisioned that this would be transparent to the public about all the options that are available to us. As I spoke at the last meeting or workshop, the pros and cons, we can go over that. And that then not just a question where we answer questions, but that the public would actually engage and have feedback. So I'm a little confused as to how that got on there and why it's still there. And maybe I'm the only one that had that idea, but I thought more than myself directed for something different. Thank you.
Yeah, I'll address that. So specifically, I believe Rob had brought it up in one, I don't know if it was a workshop or a council meeting, but basically he said, or it was stated and it was agreed with council that we would start the grant writing process, and then we would put it out to the community for feedback. And that was asked and directed to staff to set that up as a town hall scenario with the public in regards to the grant after we did the first draft. And I believe that staff did that to the letter of what was asked for in either the council meeting or the workshop. And in regards to further town halls, we do have the anticipation to do further town halls on the same topic, but it was specifically addressed that the grant would be presented in the next coming workshop, and then shortly after that, then that we would have a town hall in regards to getting feedback from the community. Go ahead.
I just feel like I'm totally ignored when that was not my understanding. And I'm hearing from the public, they want to be engaged. And I'm trying to put that forth to the council, mayor, city manager, council president. And I just feel like I met with, just ignored with that. And so when I suggested something and the council agreed, but then Rob suggested something else that you agree with, so that's okay to put on. So I'm not happy with how this is progressing.
So I reviewed the meeting on May 19th along with some other staff members, and the direction that council provided at the May 19th meeting was that sort of what the mayor summarized. We talked about the grant as a potential action for council to consider. We talked about having this workshop today that we had. We then talked about having a forum to get feedback on the grant. And then we talked about council meeting again to discuss the feedback from the forum regarding the grant. So that's how this has been put together. This forum is being put together, I believe, in order for us to follow that council direction. I think that there were some comments in previous meetings or even that meeting that had broader scope, but when we reiterated at the end, it was clear that it was about the grant program. Staff would be more than happy to work with council and have a forum on, open it up to everything, or open it up to, if you're looking at different ways about going about things, we can definitely do that. I think one of the things we want to try to do is make sure that we just have clear expectations on what you want, so we can make sure we facilitate the forum appropriately. I think the forum that we had on 3115 was extremely successful. I got a lot of positive feedback. I think you got some positive feedback. And that was because we knew what the purpose was, and we facilitated it so it would be a positive experience for everyone involved. So in order to, and that's a good thing. So if I know what council's desire is on a forum, we can try to facilitate that accordingly. I think for next Monday's forum, right now, the council direction is, it's the grant. If you want to broaden that, I just need direction, and we'll broaden it to whatever you would like to have. But based on the direction that I've got now for the most positive feedback, I think, and hearing desire for the council also hear comments, there's one of two ways we can go about doing this. My thought was, if you want some public comment opportunity, what we do is we have the presentation. Stephanie does provide an opportunity to give information on, this is the grant, this is what we're looking for. We have then a learning and listening session type of thing where questions with regards to the grant will be asked. We'll be able to respond to those questions. So, and then if you would like, we can have it, if you wanted to go above and beyond a learning and listening session like we had before, you can conclude with open public comment. Not dialogue, but public comments. You can get any additional feedback that you would like to have. And then we can conclude that way. That would be the additional difference between the two learning and listening sessions if you wanted to do something along those lines. I'll pause there.
You want to weigh back in?
Yes, I'm just trying to represent my constituents. So we're acting like the grant is a done deal and just going forward with the grant now. But I have a lot of constituents who don't necessarily want the grant. And so I think before we present one thing that we should broaden, and I would like council to really, I would like to broaden this forum coming up to talk about all the options. That's what I'm hearing people want to say. And I'm not even saying I'm not for the grant. I'm just saying I think in transparency, we should talk about all the options so it's open, so people know what's going on and what are the pros and cons. And I think that's what I'm hearing people want. So I would like council to consider that.
Okay, Rob, do you have comments on this topic?
Yeah,
And then Joel?
so first I have a question for Indra. When you talk about options beyond the direction that the grant's going in, what specifically are you referring to? Because I know yesterday we talked and you said you were going to try to talk to Stephanie this morning about one of the options, about the practicality of one of the options, and I'm wondering if you did. But what options are you talking about specifically?
Well, I don't have the page. I went over that at the agenda setting me. I think I had it, but Stephanie had a chart with the three options, with buying property, there was something else, there was the grant, and then we talked about it. Actually, there is the option of closing the sites. That is an option. Is it a great option? Who knows? I mean, no, but it's an option that people deserve to hear why it's a horrible option, right? Or not. I think people just deserve to hear, because when you say that's not an option, that's not true. And so then they think we're hiding stuff. So I think we just lay it out and let them know. And I think the public is smart, and they would pick up on what they and probably we all think the best option is as well.
Okay, so I see no reason that Stephanie couldn't make that some portion of a presentation next week, even at the start of the presentation, that these are some options, and positive, negative, council has heard them, et cetera, et cetera. That, I mean, we can throw that out there, and, you know, she could have a plus and minus as far as, from her legal perspective, what the options are. Beyond that, and I don't see why we couldn't do that. It's not going to take that much time. Beyond that, what I've been saying, first in executive session a couple of months ago, and then in one workshop, and then in the last workshop, that I want to hear from the public with regards to size, scope, and location, what their thoughts were, et cetera. I think for now, it's clear that the council has decided if we're going to do anything, it's probably going to be what Judge McLaughlin has defined as the objectively reasonable number of 150. And that can be discussed at this grant forum, and the explanation will be given to the public why 150 is an appropriate number. They can respond, they can ask questions, maybe they want 500, maybe they don't want any, but that can be brought to them as to, the size number. And the other issue that they need to hear us talk about, and we're probably going to hear from them, are any safeguards over that space growing to a very, very large number. But that's something that the public's probably going to want to weigh in on. As far as the scope goes, again, within the grant so far, we've been kind of just solidifying what we have thought the scope to be important, especially when considering what Judge McLaughlin wants to see, or what the state wants to see, or what we want to do, are the services that we're going to provide. But again, that's part of our grant discussion. As far as location goes, we have really, that's completely open-ended right now. I don't know that the public understands that it can only be in areas that are zoned for this. The public probably doesn't understand those areas, and that would need to be, on the screen so that the public could understand where it could be if the council really had no say over it. But by the same token, we want to hear from the public is maybe part of those areas, some of those areas they don't want a facility in. But we can incorporate, the three concerns that I had were, again, size, scope, and location that I wanted to hear from the public. That can be incorporated into our that is embodied within our grant, with the exception of the location. That's still very questionable as far as how that's going to be decided. But as far as what the options are, I think that Indra brings up a good point, that at least the public should hear what the options could be, and hopefully, we've decided that the public is going to be able to have a pretty good degree of intelligence on that. How some of those options really aren't practical as far as the situation that we're in. So I'm fine with us discussing what's embedded within our grant at the public forum and letting the public hear about that, because again, we've got size and scope. Location, that also needs to be discussed. I also think that the public still does not know, and we don't even know today. Matter of fact, and I'm not putting her down in any way, shape, or form, but our attorney didn't even know today the definition between no and low barrier shelter. So the public only knows what they've seen at 6th and A. They've seen an autonomous zone that's just horrible. But we need to somehow, at our presentation next week, have some definition for the public what a no barrier shelter is, what we have across the street, and what we're trying to achieve, what our definition of a low barrier shelter is. The public still needs to hear that to understand why it is we're doing what we're doing. So we need to include that, as well for, again, the reason that we're even doing this. But I think we're heading in the right direction. I think that we can present other options to the public. They need to hear why, very briefly, why maybe we've moved past some of those options. The other thing too is we all know that there were rumors in the public that something was going to happen at Vine Street, right? There was enough undercurrent, even though many people, I would guess that the majority of the voting public didn't know anything about the Vine Street thing. The voting public that votes once every 4 years, and they figure they're doing their civic duty. Those people knew nothing about Vine Street. But there was an undercurrent of Vine Street. I mean, Clint kind of had the mistaken statement at the executive session, well, everybody knows that Vine Street's done. Well, no, we've never made a public assertion to that effect at all. So the rumor's still out there. I mean, maybe in closed circles and our immediate acquaintances know that, but generally the word could still be out. Maybe Vine Street's being considered. We haven't told anybody what happened with Vine Street or why. So there's a lot of things that the public knows nothing about still. No barrier to low barrier, they know nothing about. It's not even clear to us. Vine Street's still a thing. We don't know. We don't know. So there's a bunch of things we can go over next week, and I think if we add interest concerns about what are other options and why we may have turned them down, I think maybe Stephanie can put a plus and minus statement on what some of these things are. I hope we can, it doesn't sound insurmountable to me.
Eric?
Yeah, maybe Stephanie and I can tag team on this one. So some of that will be included, like Councilor Pell was saying. I think there was a lot of discussion towards the end of low barrier versus no barrier and a discussion about that. I have some concerns about highlighting that and intermixing that in any great detail with the grant program itself. Now, we touched on what the general definition of low barrier is and what kind of scope we're looking for, and I think we can have that in the presentation. But to have a true discussion about low barrier versus no barrier when there's not big definitions associated with either one of those, some of the things that I have concern with are risk associated with trying to define no barrier and what we're doing. And I think it might derail some of the comments and concerns, and it would be a different focus. We would have to require, I think it would require, in order to facilitate it well, a heavier discussion on services and provided services. However, if we did like, hey, here's a general definition of what we're sort of looking for a grant, it's a low barrier, and that's how we're sort of moving forward like we did today, I think that would be totally appropriate.
The public is terrified of more of 6th and A, right? We are terrified of more of 6th and A. The public needs to know the difference of why they should support what we are considering. They have to know that it's going to be different than this. That has to be defined for them at some level. Otherwise, we're just knocking our heads against the wall. They're not going to be able to listen because their minds are going to be full of concern about more 6th and A. So that needs to be brought out, and needs to be brought out early in the discussion, the difference of what we've got now as to what we may be shooting for, the difference about how that could help prevent, although there's no guarantee, but that could help prevent any future lawsuits, et cetera. Or we don't even necessarily have to go there, but the public does not want what we have now, and we have to make it very clear the difference between what they see, what we've provided so far, and what we're proposing. That has to be made clear. Otherwise, they're never going to support this. So, yeah, that's my opinion.
Joel, you want to weigh in on this, or you had something else?
Well, I'll just be really quick. I've probably planned, 400 public projects that are in the public arena, and they have a National Environmental Policy Act, and you follow the deductive or inductive methods. And what we're doing is we're putting forth the proposed action, which is the grant. There are alternatives to the proposed action that people can bring up and we can expound on with the proposed effects, because we haven't made the decision yet on the proposed action. We've just formulated it. And as we formulate it, they need to know what that is. It helps refine their response back to us. Well, what have you considered this alternative? Have you considered that alternative? Have you modified the proposed action to include this? And it helps define for the public where their comments can be effective. And so what I would expect is at the meeting, the public participation meeting, as a planner, that we would present the proposed action, and these are some other alternatives that we've considered. You can comment on whatever you'd like to comment on. Part of the definition of the proposed action is more of a low barrier shelter. And so there could be some comments on what this shelter has that this shelter doesn't. I mean, just what is true in terms of facts, not necessarily definition, but what you see over here is not what would be, what we would plan because of the proposed action constraints and mitigation measures. And we're good to go. So we're right on course. We don't want to beat ourselves to death. If somebody wants to come in and say, you know, no action is better than the proposed action, great. There's nothing wrong with that. We get that all the time. And it's a legitimate comment. And then we consider the public comment and we make intelligent decisions. We have rationale that is defensible, and we move forward. Maybe it's no action.
Go ahead.
So I'm going to try to expand on that also because I understand where you're going, and what I'm hearing from the past 3 conversations is we want to expand the forum. So if I'm, something that Indra and I have had some conversations on what are the options? Well, you've had conversations about positive versus negative regulations of resting in public spaces, where you recognize positive is this is where you can go, negative is this is where you can't go. That in itself is a forum. And to try to get the information out there so the public understands the impacts of those is large. And what I'm hearing with everything that we're talking about is we're straying from the focus of getting specific feedback on the grant program.
The proposed action.
And the proposed action. So I really want clarity because, coming out of this meeting, because I would appreciate it if we were all on the same page, even though we don't agree, that we're all on the same page on exactly what topics I'm going to be facilitating for that Monday workshop.
Rob, Indra, and Victoria.
Aaron, I really don't think that some of these issues have to be an entire forum in and of themselves. We're here 4 hours today already. I'm not averse to having next week's forum be long, but I don't think that we need an entire forum or entire workshop on the different options. I really don't believe that. I think that they need to be mentioned. I think that would give the public the ability to potentially use their time at the podium to support or not support those things. But I think that it's important that the council knows the difference before, so we don't waste a lot of time talking about all those options at that meeting. I think we certainly don't want to be asking questions about those options. We need to know what they are before the meeting. Council has to do their homework and know what it is we're going to talk about and be informed on those topics. And that way, because right now, I mean, think about how much time we've spent today with our own questions. That doesn't have to happen next week at all. It doesn't have to happen. It shouldn't happen. So hopefully we will not go in cold to that. I think that the majority of that forum can be about the grant. I do think that we need to talk about the different options and potentially why we may not choose them. That needs to be brought out, but it doesn't have, that's not a whole forum. It's not even close. That might have been a whole forum 3 years ago, but it's not a whole forum now. I think most people are going to be pretty quick on the uptake there. But it needs to be respected as those options are real. I don't think we need a tremendous in-depth discussion on those things. I think we need to broaden it out, but I think that we need to focus, the preponderance needs to be focused on the grant and the issues within the grant, size, scope, location, but within the grant, funding, and we don't have a good funding answer for the public yet. But I think the other things do not have to be really large. They just need to be respected as valid. They need to be brought up because we have thought about them. I don't think we need a huge amount of discussion as long as council understands them going in and we don't waste our own time next week.
So
Okay,
I got an idea real quick.
I've got an idea.
So well, whose idea is first?
Mayor, you're always first.
So basically, I'm listening to everything, and I think a good maybe this is my idea. The town hall is going to be focused on the grant, but there's no reason why we couldn't preface the town hall with basically a bullet point of what we are up against, how we got here, and before you start into it, pretty much, and you could utilize some of the information that we got from the listening session for HB 3115. You could even present the options and how the council has kind of worked to that point and give that as a preface to the discussion of formulating the grant program. Does that kind of make sense?
It does. What I was thinking also is that maybe we just have, like on the presentation on the 19th that Stephanie provided, we provided a little table that says, hey, here are our options. We can provide real property to a single entity. We can do a grant to a single entity with no competition, or we could do a competitive grant program, sort of what you're leaning towards. We can have another slide on there. Hey, here's positive, negative. We're currently in the positive, and that's it. That's the slide. We just move on. And then, so we provided some general background to some degree, but not detailed discussion on what the true meanings of those are and the risks associated with those. And then we go ahead and open it up for the learning and listening section where they're asking questions specifically with regards to the grants. We won't be trying to answer questions on, tell us more about the positive and the negative, and what's the negative of the positive and the positive of the negative, whatever. The learning and listening session, the questions being submitted will answer associated with the grant program and the criteria associated with the grant program. And then we can open it up to the end where everyone gets 2 minutes to just speak their opinion on whatever, and you would conclude that way. Does that sound like a win-win from what we've talked today?
I had Indra written down and then Victoria.
So I'm going to say no, I don't agree with that. And I agree with Rob. It looks like we're pushing towards the grant when, as Joel said, we haven't even really made up our mind, although we might be going there. And so I don't see that it would take that long. So you were looking at the table to bring it up and say, this is what we consider boom, 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 but here's where we're going, the grant. I don't see that it would take that long really to go through what negative is or what the purchase of the property meant. Like, I don't see that taking all that long. And I would like to see that as not just a, 10-second here, and oh, here's the grant. I would like to spend a little bit of time, but I don't see it taking more than, possibly on the property, 2 minutes. On the other, maybe the negative would take a little longer, but you're just describing what it is. That's all. And then I liked what you said, and Joel mentioned it, about getting public comment after for feedback.
It's the opening all that up to the questions. It's not the presentation that's going to take long. The individuals that are here for learning and listening sessions, they want a very quick, focused presentation, and that's what we did for the 3115. I tried to be like 20 minutes and that's it, because it's not about the city or me or any, it's about listening to them, and here's the little bit we wanted you to learn. What do you think? So we have to stay focused. So our presentation on these things would not be that big. However, if you're opening it up to all of those things, if you think about it, like Councilor Pell said, we've been here for hours talking about just the grant thing. So if you open it up, the questions associated with positive versus negative versus can go a long time. And so you would potentially have a very lengthy and frustrated group if you're opening up the questions to the whole gamut of unhoused services and how you manage those. That's my concern. Yeah. I'll do whatever council wants. I'm just trying to have you have an effective and efficient learning and listening session like we did last time.
We had a long presentation and a lot of questions on the grant. I don't see you doing that at the forum. You would just boom, 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 just the basics, right? So that's not going to be hugely long, correct?
It would be an overview of some of the hows and whys, what the purpose is, what the things that we're going to ask of applicants, those kinds of questions, what kind of reporting, what kind of consequences for noncompliance, not the nitty-gritty details, but the overview of all those various sections.
And maybe we don't, I don't know, I guess you have to let them, you want to let them ask questions about the options, otherwise, I mean, if you think that's what's going to take the longest is the questions, but that's why people are going to go, because they want their questions answered. So I don't know how we work around that.
Well, if you're wanting to open it up to the broader scope of things, then I would want to make sure we have the right individuals present in the room to answer questions on the multiple topics that you have in place. We also would need to make sure it's clear that, I mean, that those questions are going to, we're just opening it up to questions and we're going to try to answer all those questions, but it changes the look and feel of the forum. If it's just going to be a forum of here's the topic, unhoused services, and our compliance with 3115, that could be a long, large meeting. And it's whatever council wants to do. I'm happy to facilitate.
I got Victoria, Joel, and then Rob.
I know that we've had this discussion on the dais here more than once about all the different options. And I remember specifically the 3 slides and with the pros and cons of each. And it was just so obvious to go the one way for everyone. And I can envision another slide with all of the options that are being talked about right now with pros and cons that would speak to maybe what Rob was. I agree with what Rob says. I don't think it would take too much time to just quickly have an overview of other things that have been talked about. And then on that quote unquote 3 slide, it's just one slide up on the screen to show people these are options. And I know I've had the conversation with many people in the public, and it seems like when all the facts are presented to people from all those options, the direction that we're going, I'm not saying that we have made the decision. We're here today in a large way of deciding whether or not that's a good idea. But it just seems like the outcome will be as obvious to most of us here. It would be that obvious for the public too. So I can see that, and it wouldn't take that much time. So I agree that you could, it's still a competitive grant forum, but with information on, kind of how we got here. I don't know if that is a little bit of how Rob was envisioning this or talking about this at the beginning, but that's how I heard the gist of what he was saying, and I don't think it would take too long to do that.
Yeah, no, I think from a presentation perspective, it wouldn't. We would just do another, pros and cons type of concept. That would be just one slide. But I think where I'm getting some confusion on and wanting to make sure we're all on the same page is, yeah, we could do the quick presentation, but it's truly what are you expecting of to provide, what information are you wanting to get back from this, and what information are we going to make sure that we are clarifying to your constituents that they can provide input on when it comes to the questions and answers. Because are they going to be able to ask questions of all of it, or are you wanting feedback just on the grant? That's going to be important for me when we publish this. If it's, hey, here it is, we need feedback on this grant, you're going to be able to provide, we're going to answer your questions, and then there'll be general public comment at the end. But if we open it up to, my concern is, yes, we could present a little bit here, but then if we're going to try to facilitate and limit the questions to a certain topic, that's fine. But if we're not, that's just my caveat, is the length and the of the questions. And I want to make sure that if we're truly going to have that, I would need to think about who do we really need to have as the subject matter experts to be able to answer questions on the additional topics that we're discussing today.
With that, I'm going to apologize immensely, but I actually have to leave. So I'm going to hand this over to Victoria to kind of facilitate the rest of this meeting. I do apologize immensely, but this is a volunteer position and my family does come first and I've got to go do a family thing. With that, I had Joel and then Rob coming up. And I apologize immensely for leaving you guys, but you guys are in more capable hands. Thank you.
All right, Joel.
So to me, it seems pretty straightforward. You get a history of, like was mentioned earlier, how do we get here? That includes the other alternatives that were being considered. People are going to come with what they want to say. We can request that what we're really here, our objective is to look at the contract or the grant and get some feedback from that, but they can say what they want to say, and if they want no action, they can say that, and there's nothing wrong with that. The reason they come, they don't come when they agree with something. They come when they either don't understand it or they disagree, and so it provides an outlet for them to have credibility and be heard, and make a difference. And so we present the history of how we got here. We're here to get feedback on the grant. These are the alternatives of how we got here. And what are your comments? And you came for a reason. You probably didn't come to give feedback on the grant, and that's fine. Just tell us what your comments are. And if your comment is your grandfather has been sick and you're hurting, then that's outside the scope of what we're looking at. It seems pretty easy to me. I don't think it's a difficult thing. I hear what has been said about the fear of the alternative of closing down the existing camps, and the feedback associated with that. Well, if people come to do that, they'll tell us anyway. I'm not going to control that. But I hope we do get our objectives of why we're having the meeting, which is getting feedback on the grant. And along the way, if we can get these other ones. Now, if everybody comes in here and says they want to close it down, that tells you something, in terms of alternatives. But I think we're right on target.
All right, Rob?
Yeah, Joel, I agree, and I think I understand Aaron's concern, but when I had a vision here of what I thought we needed, I never thought that it wouldn't be messy. I expect next Monday night to not be totally clean. It's just like, that's just the reality of this subject in Grants Pass after 7 years. People are, last year, there were people in the audience who didn't trust the council at all and blamed the council for every possible thing that had gone wrong. Now, this year, are blaming completely different councilors, and some of the same, for also not being trustworthy. We're going to get some of that. There's no way to avoid that. But to me, we can't move forward until we get that. We can't move forward. The public wants to say whatever they're going to say. A lot of them want to hear. They want to get educated. A lot of them do want to get educated. And we've had sometimes rooms where not everybody is at our throats, where it's been half and half. There's people who have supported, people that are against, or whatever. There's been, difference of opinion. So I don't expect that this is going to be a clean situation, because people are still, and they're aggravated again now because of our situation. They're re-aggravated. After the wound was almost healed, now they got re-aggravated. So we're going to hear a lot of that. But that doesn't mean that you and your staff can't present the information. It doesn't mean that we can't field questions. I would imagine that most of the questions that I've ever heard and most of the questions that I've ever had right now, you and Stephanie and the chief can answer. I mean, 95% of the questions that we're going to hear, you three right now could answer. And Stephanie might need a week's preparation on some of the definitions, and she could absolutely answer them. And that doesn't mean everything's going to be answered perfectly, and there may be some people that we'll have to get back to. But you guys can answer the questions that we're going to hear. We already kind of know a lot of those questions and a lot of those fears and a lot of the places where they don't trust us. Okay, but nonetheless, we can put it out there. Some people are going to hear it and appreciate it. A lot of people are going to appreciate it. There's going to be people who maybe have their minds changed while they're in the room, and there's going to be people that came here to yell at us. And they're going to yell at us at the end. And they're going to ask questions and act like we're stupid, that we couldn't answer them the way they wanted to hear the answer. That's going to happen. There's no way around that. But that's the way, in my opinion, we might have, I'm hoping, 2 more meetings like that before this is in our rearview mirror. I'm hoping 2 more of those really contentious meetings where we all get messed up a little bit. But I'm hoping that, but we got to do that, and then hopefully they'll be in the rearview mirror. And so I agree with Joel that we're in the ballpark. We're very close.
I'm more than happy we can do exactly what, like Councilor Pell was saying, and have that type of forum next Monday. The suggestion that I had for this session originally was to avoid some of that, because it is not unavoidable. You can facilitate a productive meeting and not have a focused response to your questions. If you're wanting to have focused response to your questions with regards to the grant, there's a recommendation that we facilitated just like we did the 3115. If you want to do more than a little more than, like for instance, what Council Perry was just saying, I think we just do maybe more of a forum, or you just open it up to whatever questions and we just sort of roll with it with the same presentation though, and hope that you do get feedback also. So I really need clarity on, are we opening it up to 2 things? 3 things. Are we going to have a forum that provides learning and listening for the grant? Or do you want to do a forum where you're doing a learning and listening, but not with a grant focus? Or do you want to do a public forum and provide the public just to provide comments to you on any of the subjects?
I just need to respond to that very quickly. It's, as you say, we can do that. You could have a forum where it's neat and clean. What the negative of that is, there's still going to be a huge amount of undercurrent and a huge amount of negative feelings that they never got a chance to ask or say or whatever. So that, and you're not stuck with that, but council is stuck with that. So the bottom line is, we're asking you to do a forum that may be messy, a little bit broader, at least this is what I'm asking, and then we've actually fulfilled our promise to our constituents, even though it may not be real clean. If we don't do that, there's still going to be people that think that we're trying to hide something, that we've already made a decision, that we're not allowing them to ask every question, and then they distrust us. We at least have to make that option available to them, and then at that point, we've fulfilled our obligation to our constituents, and hopefully we can move on without too many more of those types of meetings.
Yeah, and
Perhaps I didn't understand when you said this earlier, Rob. I kind of heard you say that you were looking for a hybrid model, where we were going to have a history of how we got here and then move into the grant. And that's what okay, all right. That's what I thought I heard.
But I'm also saying that the public should be able to ask pretty much any question they want. I believe that our staff can answer virtually all of those questions that are likely to come up in an acceptable manner, even if the public doesn't like the answer. So again, a hybrid model with open questions, knowing that it's not going to be clean or short, you know.
Okay, I have Kathleen and then Joel. And then Indra.
Well, I just want to remind everybody that the 3115 public forum went really well, and we even got an applause afterwards. I mean, how many times have we gotten that? It felt like the public was really fine with how that was arranged. Now, I mean, it wasn't messy. Everybody was just, nobody got hostile. I thought it went really well. And to create another one of those, I would be in favor of.
All right, Joel and then Indra.
Well, the other thing is, Ingrid is right, we have made progress, and depending on whether you call it progress or not, towards the grant. And to not acknowledge that is to be dishonest. And we need to be open and honest with folks about what we've been spending our time on, and they can comment on that, and that's fine. But that's the reality of what we've done. And there's nothing wrong with that. You may not I may not agree with that situation, but that's what we've done. And there's been a path to how we got there. And at this meeting is to get feedback towards the grant. We got the purpose and need under under the grant. There, that first section of what we're doing. And certainly there are alternatives for that. And people, I hope, bring those up and meet those same objectives that we have under the first paragraph. I can't remember what the subject title was, but I think it was objectives of the grant or whatever. And it laid it all out right there. And we just need to be open and honest and let the chips fall where they may, and it's okay.
Yes, I think the public knows what we're working on because we spent this whole workshop working on it, so that's one thing. I would like to see both things being done. And I would like to have it put out there so people can write questions or know what we're going to talk about. And then I guess, may I suggest that you got a lot of questions about prior to the last forum, and maybe we have a fact sheet for people coming in that we don't have to individually answer all those questions, so it's a little bit quicker and more streamlined. That's just a suggestion. I don't know that we have to talk about how we got here, because how we got here was what the whole last forum was about. So I would like to see it broadened, put out there, and public comment after.
Just a little bit of a clarification, how we got, my comment when I said how we got here, I meant how we got to developing the grant. So it didn't have anything to do with 3115, but it kind of sounds to me like people are wanting more of what I called a hybrid, where we would have the options laid out, maybe in a slide format, but I love the idea that you're going to open it up to the public, because that works so well. That's why the 3115 works so well, to have people submit their comments beforehand, and then that would allow staff the opportunity to have those answered before they got there. And but as far as the presentation went, what I'm hearing, and I might be wrong, is that we're going to have a time at the beginning to go over some of the other options that people have seen in the public that are available, and to show what the pros and the cons of those were, like Rob said earlier, why we kind of started going this route, and then move into the overview of the grant. And that's how I saw this conversation happening, but and that's how I see the suggestion for staff. Hopefully it's clear, but I don't know if there are any more comments about that. Maybe it isn't clear.
So I've got clarity on the presentation. That's clear. And sort of what you said there is what we'll sort of highlight. Council President, if I can get direction on two things. The first is, when it comes to the submitted questions, are you wanting to limit to the grant, or is it open it up to the unhoused services in general? The second is, do you want to have open general public comment after the question session? Those would be the two things that I think we need to have resolved.
Well, I think that open comment at the end seems like it was a really popular idea. And then the submitted comments, it seems like people wanted people to be able to ask questions about anything. So both of those things.
As long as, if you can do a thumbs up for me, so we're very clear on, so that's what it is. We will.
Could you clarify that again?
So we're going to have a public forum where people will be able to submit questions beforehand that staff would prepare general answers for. And then at the beginning of that forum, the different scenarios of what are available as a choice that council has already been through before on the dais would be presented, and the pros and the cons to that, and then move into the overview of the grant program, and then end with a just public comment.
Request for comments on the grants. And if they want to make other comments, that's great.
No, it would be, the way I'm understanding it is we would provide our presentation, general brief thing, focus the meat of the presentation on the grant, to try to focus their comments on the grant. We'd then have a submitted questions opportunity, the 3x5 cards, etc. We'll try it, and my understanding from council's direction today is that it's open season on whatever topic, as long as it's associated with the unhoused services. Then, so that's it. So far, are you all on the same page with that? Is everyone fine with that? Okay. So then the other part that I was looking for clarity is then, do you also want to have an opportunity for just 2-minute public comment on unhoused or whatever at the end to conclude the meeting? So is everyone okay with public comment after that session? I'm seeing yes. Okay. Any objections? That's better. Any objection from what I just commented on what the public forum would be?
One question. After the public comment,
Yep.
is the public, can they reasonably expect that staff and/or council are going to respond to some of their comments?
I would say no, that opportunity is for the questions, because you're going to be able to ask any question in written form. The public comment would be at the end for them to comment on, just like your public comment in a Wednesday meeting. If we had it open to questions, it's two different things. Their opportunity for questions on the matter is to submit the questions in writing, so we can have
The thing is, they might have more questions based on the presentation. That's the point. More things come up.
Just like in the 3115, they were continually able to submit written questions up until the very end. And when we did another forum like that, they were able to continue to submit questions after the presentation. During questions, we still had them. And at the end, when he answered all the questions, then we would open it up for public comment.
All right, do we have a thumbs up for that? Question. And does staff have direction?
Yes, I do. Thank you.
Okay. Indra.
And are you going to ask for questions prior to when you put it out, like you did last time and you had questions already? Are you doing that?
Yeah, we will. We'll do that.
And Kathleen?
Is this already planned for Monday night?
We have it set up. I was waiting until today so we can push it out, because I wanted to make sure I pushed out the right information. And I knew that we were going to have this discussion. So now that I know the direction, we will push it out.
I would suggest Tuesday. That's all I have to say.
Oh, you mean Tuesday, next week, Tuesday? Oh. Well, we had discussed on the May 19th meeting that we penciled in next Monday for the forum.
All right, any other questions or comments? Okay,
Wasn't there this paper to talk about?
and yes, and so agenda review. So we've gotten through agenda review, thank you. And now we have a PSAC motion.
Yeah, the motion was just that Public Safety Advisory Committee wishes to have 1 or 2 representatives present for questions and input at the upcoming public safety workshop. I think they want to be involved with the full discussion, and as Councilor Pell mentioned before, and we have a process already. They did request they wanted 2, so if you're okay with that, we could send back that, yeah, they can have 2 committee members present during that. Normally, it's the chair or the vice chair, but it sounds like that's a thumbs up. We'll let them know and make sure that they get invited.
Do we have a thumbs up? All right.
Council President, we also have an executive session.
So looking for, well, if there are no other questions or comments from staff, I'm looking for a motion to close our workshop. Okay.
I'll move to close the workshop.
And I have a second from Seth, and so we are adjourned, and now we will